Good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, we're going to be starting about 10 to 15 minutes late because of the strike. There are strikes today in Brussels, and so we're having to start a little bit late. But we'll be here with you in about 10 to 15 minutes with the commissioner. So make yourselves comfortable. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you. Oui. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to slowly start taking your seats, we will begin very, very shortly. Please do.
Good morning to all of you being here with us or watching us online because of the Belgium global strike. Welcome to the second edition of the European EnerGreenDeal conference. We are really happy to have you all here on board. This edition is obviously taking place in a worrying context for the security of our continent, for the health of our economies, and for the functioning of our energy markets. But at the same time, we have to preserve the EU crucial climate objectives set for 2030 and 2050 by the European Union. Of course, this second EnerGreenDeal conference is very timely opportunity in the context of the Fit for 55 proposal under the discussion between the European Council and the European Parliament, but also for REPower EU initiative just put on the table by the Commission on the 18th of May. We will probably have more information during the day on the conclusion reached by the head of states and government of the 27 member states who are discussing since yesterday afternoon here in Brussels, among other things, the key crucial energy issues. I would like also to warmly thank the European Commission, DG Energy, DG Climate, DG Grow, Internal Market, DG Taxud, the Cabinet of Vice President Timmermans, the Cabinet of Commissioner Breton, and the Cabinet of Commissioner Simpson for their support in building this interesting program we will discuss all together during this day. A special thanks goes also to all our industrial partners. We are very happy to have all key crucial industrial sectors being with us today, and we already had this morning an interesting discussion between all of us and the policymaker this morning during the breakfast. I propose now that we begin our debate. I leave the honor to my colleague George to start by welcoming the Commissioner Simpson and normally Mr. Boussoy, who is on the EPP meeting and try to be connected. George, the floor is yours, and I wish you a fruitful debate. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome. Welcome to the second EnerGreenDeal conference. My name is George. I'm very happy to be with you here today. I mean, the core has, of course, been said. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's in this context that we have a full day ahead of us of very lively and thought-provoking debates. But before we launch into these debates, I'm very happy to welcome a keynote speaker to this morning's welcome address. The first of the only of these, because unfortunately Mr. Boussoy cannot be with us this morning, is Ms. Kadri Simpson, Commissioner for Energy. Now, Commissioner Simpson, the European Commission is spearheading efforts to render Europe simultaneously more autonomous in terms of energy, while continuing our march towards achieving the goals set out in the Green Deal. We are, of course, as I'm sure everyone here and at home will agree, very keen to hear your thoughts on the matter. So, Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I'm very sorry that I'm not with you at the venue right now, but well, thank you for invitation, and it's great to speak at your conference today. I do remember that the last event in October, then we were focused on the steps to 2050, and the storm clouds of high energy prices were already emerging, but we could never have imagined that we would be where we are now, 7 months later. Today we are in very different place. Energy prices continue to soar. Russia is waging a brutal war in Ukraine. The geopolitical landscape under our feet has completely shifted in just a matter of months. And despite this, our sense of direction has not changed. The Green Deal, the clean energy transition are our goals, but we aim to remove fossil fuels from our system even faster than planned. So today I want to talk about this new shift in gear and what it means for energy policy. I'll also give you an update on where we are with our Green Deal work stance. So let's start with the most recent development. And this is not EUCO meeting this night, but REPower EU. This is our plan to remove the hold that Russia has on our energy system. To get rid of Russian fossil fuels in the EU as soon as it is possible. So we will save more, we will accelerate the clean energy transition and diversify our supplies. And these are the broad terms, but the plan targets a number of key areas for impact. Solar energy is first, I want to mention. It is a cornerstone of our REPowerEU plan because the potential is huge. Rooftops alone could cover 25% of the EU's entire electricity consumption, and we can't ignore this potential, especially when we need to increase renewables so rapidly. And therefore, the EU solar energy strategy adopted as part of this package includes European Solar Rooftops Initiative. The targeted review of the Renewable Energy Directive proposes a legal obligation to roll out the installation of solar panels on all new buildings. And we are also focusing on skills, something we lack to keep up with the increasing demand we are seeing. So we are bringing forward a major EU-wide skills partnership, and we want to ensure that there are enough skilled workers and jobs in the renewable sector. The strategy is also another chance to drive our manufacturing forward in the EU. It's a supply-side opportunity that we also should jump on, because we have the best researchers in the sector, a large single market, and the best providers of solar manufacturing equipment. So we want to see an EU solar PV industry alliance, similar to what we have done already with clean hydrogen. Meanwhile, we need to do much more in terms of energy efficiency. Behavior change also has to be part of the picture. Therefore, the EU Save Energy communication also underlines the positive impacts of energy efficiency and savings. The higher the demand, the higher the price. So in turn, energy savings should reduce bills and lower our emissions. And these are very much the opportunities, tools that can help move faster in the right direction. But we can't forget the roadblocks that we are going to meet along this way. So REPowerEU also deals with these. And permitting being the most important. The simple fact is that today administrative barriers are like quicksand and for renewables projects, especially the slow and complex permit granting procedures. This is time we do not have, so we have brought out guidance on permitting and power purchase agreements covering deadlines, one-stop shops, spatial planning, and more. We also put forward a targeted amendment of the Renewable Energy Directive to recognize renewable energy as an overriding public interest and significantly streamline the permitting procedures. Also, a new solar rooftop initiative, I mentioned this earlier, and an increase of the 2030 renewable energy target from 40 to at least 45%. Importantly, on permitting, we are asking member states to design go-to areas for one or more types of renewable energy sources. These would benefit from significantly shortened and simplified permitting processes. One of energy topics that's causing the most amount of worry to our citizens these days is the cost of energy. And REPowerEU also addresses this concern. It presents both short-term and long-term measures that member states can take to help the most vulnerable businesses and households. And importantly, the Commission will set up the EU energy platform to aggregate gas demand and ensure competitive gas prices through voluntary joint purchases. High energy prices is not an issue that will go away quickly. We expect higher prices to still last for some time, so we also need to think long-term. And based on the ACER report on the electricity market, we are still considering options on how to help alleviate the high energy prices for consumers. So beyond REPowerEU, we are making good progress in negotiations on proposals on the Renewable Energy Directive and Energy Efficiency Directive revisions. The French presidency is aiming for the Council to adopt its position in June, so under French presidency. And this gives us opportunity to start negotiations with co-legislators. We expect the European Parliament will follow the path. So we hope this will move as speedily as possible, considering the new context we find ourselves in. And we are ready to support the Council and Parliament, however we can. As I said, we are in a different situation than we were when we launched Fit for 55 last summer. And we have to well keep this in mind during our negotiations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not where we thought we would be when we announced the Green Deal. Events over the past year have changed a lot, and they have changed a lot of our assumptions about energy policy in the EU. But we are prepared. REPowerEU shows just how agile and resilient we can be. And if anything, these events have proven that we are on the right side of history with the Green Deal and the clean energy transition. It's our growth opportunity, our shield from climate change, and our strongest tool to regain full control of our energy future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Simpson. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your messages, and allow me to wish you, on behalf of everyone, the best of luck for your work in such, of course, a complicated but very important time for Europe. So thank you very much. So, as I've said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great day ahead of us with a great lineup of speakers. So we all look forward to having you on board for this journey today, be it here with us or online. I know a lot of you are following us from either your homes or your offices, so welcome. Now, I've been asked to tell you that if you're a very avid social media user, then do hop online and share your thoughts on the various topics that we'll be discussing today. Do participate in the debate in the virtual realm using the hashtag EnerGreenDeal that you will see there and a little bit everywhere. So do use that hashtag. Also, a quick note for the audience Q&A, especially if you're at home, but not only, also if you're here, if you'd like. We will be taking the questions from the audience via Slido. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, if it's been explained to me correctly, you go to slido.com, access the event via the hashtag, choose the session that you will be sort of posting a question to, and then the moderator will be able to see the question on the smartphone. So slido.com, hashtag, and then choose the session. So don't hesitate. We want this to be lively. We want this to be, of course, very interactive. So do ask your questions during these sessions. That's all from me now. I mean, you will see me again in a little bit for our first conversation session on nuclear energy. So I wish you all a great conference, and I invite you to join me in a little bit for our session, which is entitled Nuclear, Past, Transition, or Future Energy Solution. Thank you very much. So, start. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our conversation session titled Nuclear, Past, Transition, or Future Energy Solution. So, we're starting off with an obviously very light topic right off the bat, just to keep you all on your toes. So, of course, nuclear energy is a very contested topic, and for this reason, one that should be openly debated so that we can answer the question, is nuclear an energy source of the past, too risky to be considered a central component of Europe's future energy mix? Is it a necessary transition energy source, necessary to meet Europe's ambitious climate targets, or should it, in the right conditions, be part of Europe's future energy mix? Now, joining me today for this conversation are three absolutely excellent panelists. I'm very, very happy to have them with me. First, it's MEP Rob Rose. We also have with us Mr. Massimo Gariba, Deputy Director General of DG Ener at the European Commission. And joining me from afar is Dr. Alain Bécoulet, the Head of Engineering at ITER. So it's a very short session, I'm afraid, only half an hour. I will leave some time at the end for some Q&A. Remember, use the Slido app if you can to post your questions. If you cannot at all, then try to put your hand up, and I'll see if I can get around to you. So I'm going to ask the same introductory question of our three speakers. What role can nuclear energy play in the energy transition and in contributing to the EU's climate goals? MEP, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, everything is about having affordable and reliable energy sources. And nuclear energy is a very important energy source, not especially now, because the things have changed since a couple of months. But I was always in favor of nuclear energy, and it's not because it's about having reliable and affordable energy, and that's very necessary for our health, for our safety, for our security, and of course our economy. And if we only have renewable energy, we know that the problem is we cannot store that energy. And we have a lot of problems with that. So I'm a little surprised that we now have a different situation because of the war between Ukraine and Russia, and that the Commission proposed to add more of the same, while we have the problem with renewables, that we cannot store the energy. So nuclear is really necessary. We need it because it's reliable, it's payable, and it's always there. France has shown us the way. France made this transition 40 years ago. In 10 years' time, they made the transition from fossil to nuclear. They have 75–80% of their produced energy is nuclear energy. It's very clean. It's low carbon emission. It is reliable. It is also cheap. If you compare this to Germany, they have only 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions compared to Germany. The energy price is 50% lower. So this is a good example. And it's not only me saying this, also the IPCC is saying if we want to make the transition, we need nuclear energy. And I'm surprised that in the European Union, we do cherry picking from this IPCC report. Last year we had an update. We have seen the scenario 8.5, which is not a... that's a scenario, and the IPCC is saying this is not realistic. Yeah. But in the media, on the news, everywhere, everyone is talking about this dramatic causes of this transition. But the IPC is also saying we need nuclear energy, and that's not adopted, not enough by the European Union. Now it's in the taxonomy, it's conditionally, but I think it's in the end we just need it for our future, and not only as a transition but as a permanent solution.
As a permanent solution, right. So I'm giving the floor then to Mr. Gariba. You've heard what was being said. I'm also very curious for your answer to my question. Well, what part can it play, nuclear energy, for Europe?
Well, first of all, let's say what role it's already playing.
Yes.
25% of European electricity is produced by nuclear energy, and this is half, basically, of the low CO2 electricity that is produced in Europe. So I think that this is very important to recognize as a starting point. Second comment that I would make is that if you go back a couple of years, when we looked at our 2050 scenarios, you will see that on average in the different scenarios, if you exclude the one which looks at 100% renewables, the contribution of nuclear energy remains there at the same level in absolute terms of what it is now. So what does it mean? This means that indeed, if you look at the horizon 2050, you will need to have a large number of investments, either in continuing the operation of existing plants until typically the mid of the 30s for the majority of the plants. And then you would have to engage in a substantial program of replacement. So that's the first comment, and we are talking about some. I think we are around 103 gigawatt electric at the moment in terms of installed power. And be careful, because nuclear installed power is very different from solar installed power, because what you produced is in the order of 7 to 8 times more than what you produce, for example, with solar, due to the variability. Sure. So you have to be very careful also how you look at these numbers. Secondly, indeed, the Commission in its taxonomy delegated act at the end of the year last year has recognized the role of nuclear in the transition. It's a rather complicated, I don't want to enter into the details, but let me say that the transitional role is recognized for existing technologies, whereas the, let me say, full low carbon role is given to future technologies, including nuclear fusion. Which is one of those technologies where the Commission has traditionally been investing a lot.
Sure.
So I think that this tells you, the positive side. Let me also be very clear. There are those in the EU, and this is by treaty, so it's not by accident. Member states are free to choose their energy mix. And so there are those who think, on the contrary, that this energy is an energy of the past.
Sure.
And therefore they are getting out of it. So I think that it will be very interesting in this completely changed geopolitical context with a war of aggression which is ongoing, to see where the balance will shift, whether it is on security or whether it is on other considerations.
Okay. So if I understand, then definitely a transition source, and in the form of fusion, it can also be considered as part of the future energy mix. But I think it's very important to stress, as you did, that member states do pick their own energy mix. Dr. Bekule, I pass the floor to you on your views on the role of nuclear in Europe's energy mix. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Indeed, we can hear you. Happy to have you with us.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I think I fully subscribe to what was already said, so we are fully aligned. I just would like to unfocus a little bit on the problem of nuclear. I mean, I think we have to stop falling in the trap of opposing the renewable energies and nuclear energy. The real problem we have now is to decarbonize our energy sources. And I think we have to make the best use of the solutions we have at the moment, and also make the best use of our intelligence and R&D capability to improve the situation. And we also have to make the best use of our territorial diversity. I wouldn't be afraid of having this or that country going more into renewables and this or that country going more into nuclear. Nuclear is clearly a solution that works. It's clearly a solution that has a lot of advantages in terms of high concentration of energy production for massive use of electricity here or there, big cities, transportation, etc. When the renewables have a lot of advantages also for more local or diverse usage. So I fully subscribe to a solution that is making the best use in Europe of our diversities in location and solutions in order to maximize our renewable use of energy, and really try now to minimize, if not to totally kill, the use of fossil energies. So nuclear energy works today. Nuclear energy still, in terms of fission, is doing a lot of R&D in order to improve the main drawbacks in terms of safety, waste management, etc. And as Dr. Gariba mentioned, of course, we are also in Europe and all around the world, especially in Europe, putting a lot of effort for quite some time now in nuclear fusion. This is what I'm representing here. It's still a significant way or long way to go, but I mean, we are today here building a machine that will make the demonstration of feasibility of this electricity or energy production by fusion reactions. We have to continue, maybe accelerate this now.
The million-dollar question, of course, is you say a long way to go. What's in your expert opinion? Of course, we won't hold you to it. But what would be the horizon that you foresee for this development?
The path we are on, or we were on up to recently, was effectively to have this demonstration of feasibility on the so-called ITER machine that we are having here, and in the 2035 or something, and then go to the first reactors by 2050, 2060. We can, and now the community is contemplating how to accelerate this. The acceleration is at least twofold. The first fold is really to do more, to put more efforts. The second one is on the rupture, on the innovation. The fusion is a very demanding technology with a lot of high-level, high-tech solutions. We still can develop further some of the rupture technologies. I don't want to enter into which ones. And we see for the past, let's say, 5 to 10 years now, a lot of interest from the private sector into trying to support and to accelerate this. So with a decent and a very efficient and voluntary private-public partnership, I think we can accompany the development of fusion and accelerate the path to electricity production by fusion. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to my next question. Again, if people want to ask, towards the end of the session, I will be taking questions from the audience. So again, through the Slido app, or if you're here, put your hand up. I will happily give the floor to you. So I think, if there's one common thing that I see, that one common message that I hear from this conversation is that we can expect nuclear power to be a part of Europe's future energy mix, especially as member states can pick whichever energy they use. So taking this into account, I would ask whoever would like to answer. Is Europe's current regulatory approach towards nuclear energy adequate, particularly with regards to technological requirements, compliance standards, radioactive waste depository mechanisms and deadlines, and so on and so forth? Is the regulatory framework good enough, or is there more that needs to be done in order for nuclear to be part of Europe's future? Who wants to take this question? Mr. Garriga.
I can take it if you like. I mean, I think that it's important, first of all, to look at what has happened in the past 10 years or so, a little bit more than 10 years. What used to be a series of completely national regimes in Europe that concerned the safety of nuclear installations has become embedded into a European framework. We had, before and after Fukushima, 2 directives on nuclear safety, 1 directive on nuclear waste that came to complement what was the traditional legislation in Europe, that is the protection of people and workers. The legislation for safety is objective-oriented and is technologically independent. So it is being objective-driven. It is in itself an evolutive piece of legislation. So the question is not whether you change it, but how do you change its implementation? And I think that this is why in the Commission we are in consistent and constant dialogues with all the national regulators to ensure that this logic of continuous improvement is always in place. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is on the back end, so the waste management. I think that the first comment I would make is that you need to distinguish, because people say there is no solution for nuclear waste. Well, it's not exactly like that. Most of the radioactive waste is consistently managed in the member states up to the level of intermediate level waste. And this is, let me say, historically done. Let me say that this represents more than 90% of all the radioactive waste which is produced. So it's, let me say, the bulk of it. Of course, there is the smallest part and the most toxic part, which is around 2% of what is produced, the spent fuel, if you like, from nuclear power plants, for which, to date, there is no industrial facility in operation. And I have chosen my words very carefully. I said industrial facility, because as of 2025, we will have the first industrial facility in operation, the Onkalo facility in Finland, which I think will serve as an example of how a country that has decided to use this source of energy has made the construction of one of these latest power plant, which is coming online, Olkiluoto 3 now, has been made conditional to the development of such a repository, and now is putting it in place through a dialogue that has involved all parts of society. Because what is very important in this is that the society that receives this kind of installation is convinced that overall there is a net benefit to receive it. So I think that there are examples, and there is a sort of paradigm change that we may observe in the years to come, also in the back end of the cycle.
Okay. Would you like to add anything, or Dr. Bekule?
Yeah, I'd like to add. I agree fully with this. What you said, and the rules and regulations are more stringent for nuclear energy than for other technologies, and by taking fact-based approach, and it's clear that nuclear energy is very safe, and it's also said by the GRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Union. It's also said by the International Energy Agency, and also the International Energy Atomic Agency, and so we can conclude that it's safe. It's no more harmful than the other renewable sources. So that's in the aspect of safety. But there is something else. We need a level playing field, and that's also about regulations. If we compare nuclear energy to renewable sources have a much more advantage in subsidies, in installations, in permits, etc. So if we want to have, if we want to give it a real chance, we need a level playing field, and that's also up to the Commission as far as I'm concerned. And of course we need reliable governments, because investments in nuclear energy is for at least 60 years, maybe 100 years.
Sure.
So that's the big problem. If we have reliable governments, then the investments will come.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to add a quick question here from the audience already, because it's linked to the topic of regulation. And then Dr. Bekele, if you want to step in at any point, do let us know. The question from the audience is as follows. How can we achieve a common EU licensing process for SMRs to avoid separate and overlapping national regulations? So maybe you want to jump in on that first. Dr. Bekele, do you want to say anything meanwhile on the topic?
I just wanted to add one single word on the previous discussion, which is that regulation is one thing, and I fully agree with what was said, but what we need to work upon very rapidly and strongly for me is the education for acceptability of the public, of the decision makers, etc. The risk management is not understood by our public, is not understood by our managers, and a lot of stupid things, I would say, are said in terms of risk management. And indeed, if you compare the various sources of energies, the various hazards that you can have here or there, nuclear fission today and fusion later on are by far not the worst ones.
Yeah, I mean, this you brought up a very important point that we also wanted to cover, which is the issue of, that there is, nuclear energy is indeed a very contentious topic, not only in the field of public opinion but also politically, with some European countries, of course, staunchly opposed to it. So I think thank you for making that message. Something does need to be done to address these fears, it could be argued, and informing the public of the sort of the risk management steps being taken might be indeed a very good way to solve that. Mr. Gariba, you wanted to come in on the public question.
Well, SMRs are obviously a big opportunity for the electricity market if they come in, and they are a big opportunity to see how differently there can be a regulatory model in Europe, whether there can be a different regulatory model in Europe. We are working together with industry and the regulators to identify for those countries that want to deploy the SMRs, and there are a number in the EU, a way to look at two things. First of all, whether we can develop European SMRs at a pace which is compatible with the energy transition, because this is a very important point, speed. And the second one, whether through reducing regulatory barriers, we can indeed help the speed. Now, reducing regulatory barriers doesn't mean that they have to be less safe. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just saying that the work which is done by one regulator in one country, how can this be reused by another regulator in another country in order to be able to arrive at a license in a speedier way? This is not currently done for bigger plants. It's one of the biggest barriers that we have to deployment, and so it is something on which we are observing very closely what the industry is doing, and as I said, we are working with the regulators on that. I think that by the end of the year there should be a set of proposals that will come out from this partnership to see on what to concentrate and how to bring it along. So it's a little bit early, let me say, to be very concrete in answering your question.
Sure. Do you want to jump in on that?
Yes, I think molten salt reactors are very important. It will solve a lot of problems about nuclear waste, about safety, and it's very necessary. And I think there is an important role for the European Union to invest in that. for making money available for research, but also for regulations. And I think that should be one of the most important things for the near future to do.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Well, I realize we only have 5 minutes left, so if the audience have any further questions, Slido seems to be working quite well, so do put them in Slido, or have a show of hands maybe here if you want to pose a question. I want to maybe at the end now touch a little bit about what's happening with regards to the Russian invasion on Ukraine and its link with nuclear energy. Because I think that there are two quite important considerations, maybe more than two, but two I think important in the context of this debate to take into account. First of all is, of course, security. The attacks on and surrounding nuclear power plants such as Chernobyl, Zaporizhia, not only pose a serious threat to Ukraine, but also to the surrounding regions, and could be considered, of course, a risk to nuclear energy. I understand it's, a very particular situation, but, is there a way to maybe plan for or, address such a sort of preposterous risk to nuclear facilities? And the second point that I also wanted to briefly touch upon, and then I'll give the floor to the three of you, is on the issue of technological autonomy. So there's been a recent report from Columbia University's Center on Global Energy Policy that illustrates the role of Russia in the global nuclear energy supply chain, and to what extent some countries are dependent on Russia in this regard, especially with regards to technology. The report illustrates, for example, that there are a number of EU countries that operate VVER reactors, sort of Russian-made reactors, such as Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Finland, Hungary, Slovakia. This, of course, could potentially pose a problem because there is a potential issue here of technological dependency, and so an issue for Europe's strategic autonomy. So what steps can be taken to address this situation? So first, security. Second, technological autonomy. Who wants to tackle that first?
I want to do that, yes. Well, I think it's an exceptional situation. This is the first time that a country is invaded with nuclear power plants. But Russia is a master of spreading disinformation. And I'm not surprised they attacked these power plants, because they want us to have this safety discussion in Europe. And that makes us more dependent on Russian oil and gas. Sure. So it's also a mind game. That's what I think. But it's but a lot of things are the power plants are very safe. They are protected against terror attacks, etc. So they are very safe. And also about the issue of fuel, the Russian nuclear power plants are now fed by Russian fuel, but there are measures taken to produce that fuel in Europe, and so it's not as big as it might seem. Yeah.
That's reassuring. Okay.
People are looking after it. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gariba, do you want to jump in on the discussion?
Yeah, I think on the security, I think is clearly a totally unprecedented situation for which, let me be very clear, the international community is not prepared. So I think that it will be unavoidable that in the international context, like it was after Chernobyl, when the time is mature, because these things you probably need to reflect a little bit before you act. But when the time is mature, there will have to be a discussion on whether and how a framework that is usable in such unprecedented situation can be put in place. I'm very prudent in what I'm saying, but I think that this is a reflection that we will need to have. On fuel supply, well, let me say two things. The first one is that nuclear is not gas. Gas, you close the tap and it stops flowing. That's it. When you load a nuclear power plant, it works for something like 18 months. And the problem of security of supply of nuclear power plants is not exactly a new one. Now, there are normally rules that, or guidance that asks utility to have one extra load for a reactor. So this means that if you're operating today, you operate what you have, and once you finish, you have another load for another 18 months. So it is a medium-term problem compared to what we are witnessing with gas. The fact remains that for certain types of Russian-made reactors, there is no diversification of fuel in a number of countries, and this is an issue that will hit. The second issue that will hit is that there is a concentration in a highly interdependent and up to now worldwide market for nuclear parts, which means that all the preceding steps to having nuclear fuels are also highly interdependent also with Russia. And so I think what we are doing now, I don't think I'm telling you a secret, what we are doing now is we are discussing with the utilities, with the regulators, and with the potential producers of this fuel, how quick we can diversify the production of this fuel into, let me say, European or Western type routes. It will not be for tomorrow, but we need to make it, as I said, compatible with this rather medium-term timescale that we have in front of us.
Perfect. And I realize that we are out of time, but I will give the floor to Dr. Béculet for maybe some final thoughts on on this matter, please.
Yeah, if I may conclude here, I don't want to look too idyllic, but fusion research is particularly addressing those points. I mean, a fusion reactor would be much more intrinsically safe. So this question of security would be really diminished by a large factor. At the same time, the fuel supply would not be a problem anymore. The fuel that will be used, it can be found everywhere on the planet. So this kind of, again, there are R&D and technology solutions to these problems. I mean, it just deserves a significant effort for sure.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much. And that we've come to the end of our session. It's sad. It was only half an hour. Unfortunately, we didn't have more time for this session. We could have gone on for much longer. But thank you very much for joining me for this very interesting discussion on nuclear energy. We ended on a bit of a heavy topic, of course, but it is a topic that we have to discuss. The context is what it is, and we can only, of course, show as much solidarity as we can with our Ukrainian friends. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
And stay with us for the next panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In a world with high demands for energy, as well as concerns over its environmental impact, we must find effective solutions to meet the challenges of energy transition. Gas is already providing practical responses to the growing stakes. For more than 70 years, thanks to our infrastructures, we've been improving the efficiency of gas transport and storage. Every day, our efforts contribute to making gas an eco-friendly energy of the future. We're developing a smart network to serve everyone. We're supporting European energy through our interconnected networks. We're taking steps to speed up renewable gas development. To be an accelerator of the energy transition, that's Gas's challenge, and that's our goal. Terega, gas accelerating the future.
Everyone, and welcome to the next session where we're going to be talking about reassessing and adjusting the role of gas, renewables, and other energy sources in the future European energy mix. My name is Dave Keating. I'm a journalist based here in Brussels covering energy issues, and I'm going to be guiding us through this conversation, which comes at a very timely time. I was there at the European Council Summit late last night covering this last-minute deal we've had on the Russian oil embargo. And today, right now, actually, as we speak, EU prime ministers and presidents are debating the European Commission's Repower EU proposal. So this is a very, very timely debate we're having because, you know, the big news, of course, is the Russian oil embargo that was agreed last night. But that's just one piece of this overall energy transition that the EU is envisioning. And of course, we know that this transition was planned long before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but certainly recent geopolitical events have changed thinking in the energy arena. So this panel is an opportunity for us to assess what still remains the plan in terms of the EU's vision of an energy transition, what's changed because of recent geopolitical developments, what's changed because of recent price developments, what's changed because of recent technological developments, and certainly what the political thinking is, both here in Europe and then how Europe's energy mix fits in with the rest of the globe. We have an excellent panel here with us this morning to discuss these issues. Let me introduce them now. We have Nicolas González Cesares, a Spanish center-left member of the European Parliament who sits on the Parliament's Industry, Energy and Research Committee. We have Dawn Summers, President of the European Board of International Oil and Gas Producers, IOGP, and COO of Winterfall Dea. We have Dominique Macli, CEO of French gas operator Teréga. We have Simone Mori, head of Europe for Italian energy company Enel. And we have Eva Chamizo Latas, Director of European Affairs at Spanish utility company Iberdrola. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We're also going to shortly have Diederik Samsom, who's head of cabinet for the European Commission, Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans. He'll be joining us in just a little bit. So I want to start, Nicolas, actually, with a question for you. We're thinking now so much about the energy mix, right? We know that it's going to change under the EU's vision. We're going to have a different proportion of our different types of energy. What do you see as the ideal energy mix for the European Union for the next years?
Okay, first, let me say thank you for the invitation. And let me say that if we were solar panels, now we will be very efficient because there are a lot of sun today in Brussels. But for me, my ideal energy mix, of course, will be 100% renewable. But okay, this is a very ideal mix. So my thoughts are more in how to decarbonize this energy mix, how to make it sustainable, really sustainable, based on renewable energies, and of course, make this mix highly efficient. For me, this is very important. It's not only to become 100% renewable, that is the ideal. But of course, we have to keep in mind that it's not possible right now. So we have to search for the best options to decarbonize the system. So I think the Green Deal is an essential way to tackle the main three, that is climate change. So at the same time, it's a way to improve our security and energetic mix, because we have to bear in mind that we are using and importing 61% of the energy consumption of the EU. So we are very dependent. Therefore, based on renewable energies, we will be very less dependent on Russian oil or Russian gas. So we don't have to decide any embargo because it could be already done.
Thanks a lot. So Diederik actually is caught up with the council, so he may be joining us online. We're going to wait and see. I think he's understandably very busy this morning. I think we can all understand why. So I'm going to take a seat then. Dawn, I want to turn to you next. When we're thinking about gas, specifically. What will be the role of gas in the future energy mix, and how is thinking about this evolving right now?
Just want to check if it is working. Excellent. Good morning, everyone, and it's really great to be here again today. It feels like yesterday that we were here last year, and time has passed really quickly, and a lot has happened since this time last year. Firstly, we want to say a big well done, actually, to the Commission for delivering the Repower EU plan. Not an easy task under extremely challenging times, and we, IOGP, fully support the objective to boost supply diversification, to deliver energy efficiencies, and also to accelerate the deployment much needed biomethane and hydrogen with some really tough, ambitious targets. And the plan is a very ambitious plan, and of course we are all going to do our very best to deliver it. And one of the challenges that I see, and the challenge for all of us, is that this objective and challenge is much bigger than all of us, and we all must really collaborate together and work together and bring our expertise and our experiences together to make sure that we find solutions for delivering decreasing dependency on Russian gas, for ensuring supply and security of supply of energy, and also to deliver on our climate objectives. So what does that all mean, and what does that mean for us? Well, we agree with many of the Commission's actions. So more energy efficiencies, absolutely. It's key to reducing the high dependency on imports, i.e. to improve our efficiency of our energy supplies. So a shift from gas boilers should be encouraged, and where electrification or heat pumps are not feasible, we need to just really push that. More renewable energies, absolutely. All energies are required in order to deliver our objectives. And as oil and gas producers, I have to say that we have to have a plug. We've got the technology, we've got the people, we've got the expertise, and we've got the assets to support in the development of the renewable energies also. More hydrogen. We need all types of hydrogen in our view, and the plan is very optimistic on green hydrogen, but we're also convinced that low carbon hydrogen will play and continue to play a really important role and should be scaled up. And despite the short-term volatility in the energy markets, it's going to be really important that we use the enormous potential for renewable hydrogen as well as low carbon hydrogen as we move forward. So all colours are needed. And finally, I think diversification of gas supplies into Europe and investment in infrastructure, absolutely key in order to make sure that we get the right balance and the right mix. So I believe that, and we believe that there is one key component missing slightly in the Repower EU plan, and that is a boost to domestic gas supply and production. I know from my day job as a COO of an oil and gas company, and also from IOGP, that member states and also companies are putting a tremendous amount of effort into finding those extra gas molecules that we so desperately need at the moment, such that we can deliver on our objectives. And the EU level, at an EU level, I guess, so we should see a strong political push to encourage that in terms of the support and also the investment. So I know I'm going on a little bit, but I could go into some more examples about the way that we see moving forward for hydrogen and gas. So the role of gas may be smaller in the future in terms of scale and volume, but far from limited. And we certainly need to improve and be smart in the way that we deploy gas as we transition to our new world. We need to make sure that we are using our remaining reserves in Europe and in Norway. I don't know if you are aware of this, but together at the moment, we hold around 3,500 billion cubic meters of reserves. That's around, to give you some perspective, 22 full years of Russian imports. That's huge. And so therefore, Again, to boost domestic supply, it would be extremely advantageous if we could encourage the boost of domestic supply to decrease the dependency and not lock in carbon resources and end up with stranded assets. The provisions enabling gas to play a transitional role alongside renewables and electrification must be certified and supported. And at IOGP, we're working with the Commission. We've actually commissioned a study that looks at gas demand, supply, storage, and actually doing a little bit of a fact check on the numbers that are being used. And also importantly, a practicality and a doability insight into what will it actually take to deliver what we need to do. We've launched the study and it will look at a number of horizons to 2030, 2040, and we're in touch with the DG Energy in terms of how we can use that in the most practical way. So we're really excited about that. I just want to add one final thing, and I know that we're going to talk about carbon capture moving forward, but Francois Regis mentioned it this morning in another dialogue that we have. The acceleration of technologies, all technologies are really required, but the acceleration at pace of carbon capture and storage is also really important. And well done to the Commission for recognising the importance of carbon capture and storage, because we believe that it really is a bridge to our security of gas supply and also to reaching our climate objectives in the short and long term. So a huge focus in the carbon capture world, and also to the fact that the EU has launched its first carbon capture forum, which we'll continue to progress. But we'll go into a lot more, I'm sure, as we get into the debate, but that's a little insight, Dave, to where we are at the moment.
Thanks, Dawn. So, Dawn, you mentioned infrastructure, and we know that we keep hearing that infrastructure is going to be so critical, so critical. Yeah. And I think it's certainly come up in the LNG discussion right now about the infrastructure needed for that. So that gives us a good opportunity to turn to Dominique. So, Dominique, what will the role of infrastructure be in the energy transition? And I guess my question would be, how central is it going to be to the whole process?
As you said, infrastructure are key, and they are key just to allow the energy transition and the green gases to be, let's say, served to the future consumers. Today, the network is organized only for gas. In certain number of countries, it started being organized for biomethane, but it's only for few countries. So now what is done in certain number of countries should be generalized. But also the flux should be sought with new infrastructures. We have a network which is organized north to south, or bringing the gas from Russia or from the north to the south of the European countries. In the future, for the energy transition, we should be prepared for the transportation of green gases, but also green gases coming from the south, which is additional infrastructure in order to provide the future consumers with the gas that is produced, where it will be produced, and the production places will change. So we will have to adapt the infrastructure in order to allow these future molecules to be transported. But we should not wait, and it's one of the key messages. Very often we think production, we think consumption, but we do not think to the logistic chain. The logistic chain is just key to think not the hydrogen nor the biomethane as being a small piece in the future mix. It will be a key element. It will not just be for one use. It will be a multi-user solution. And for that, you will need a market. For a market, you need the infrastructure in order to allow the market to operate. So the infrastructure, you see, it's a big move. And if I take the example of Terregas, so what we are doing in the southwest of France, where we have our infrastructure, we have already connected biomethane plant to the transportation network. The distribution network is also connected to biomethane plant. We have rebours systems. So these are the systems that will allow gas coming from the distribution network to come for the transportation. And green gas is a little bit different from time to time. There is some oxygen into it. So you need to manage also these various kinds of methane that you will have to manage in the infrastructure. Now what needs to be done? It's to build infrastructure that will be compatible with hydrogen. having infrastructure being compatible with hydrogen means that, in fact, it should be recognized somewhere. There should be a business model that allows the company like us investing in our infrastructures, transportation or storage, though that in the future it could be used with molecules which are different. The idea is just simple. It's just to avoid having invested and continuing to invest. So there is this big change, kind of flux, type of molecules, and if we do not do it at the same time we produce new gases, then it will be too late. You will have the gases, you will not be able to distribute. So same time, same calendar, and if we look at Repower EU, there is a big gap to be made between now and 2030. So it means now we should need the full support of the EU, we have it. We should have the full support of the national organization, and we should, let's say, try to push the people in the countries in order to ease the permitting systems. Most of the permitting issues will be the one that will prohibit us to meet the calendars. So all of that is, let's say, is illustrated in the Repower EU document. So thank you for the Commission to issue that. Now it should be declined at national level and through all the task force that are highlighted in the Repower EU document, in order that the best practices in one country can be used in the other countries.
Yeah, it's such a critical point that you can have all the power plants in the world, you could have all the import terminals in the world. If all of these various elements aren't connected by infrastructure, we have a problem. And so it is really critical to the energy transition. Simone, let's turn to you next. I mentioned a bit in the beginning that of the many crises we're facing right now, many developments, one of them is the energy price issue and then the soaring prices for consumers. In light of those developments, what's the analysis and the approach of a major utility like Enel? What type of solutions do you guys envisage?
Well, I think that we think that now Europe is facing basically two big challenges and has to manage two major trade-offs. The first one, which is connected to what has been discussed until now, is how to accelerate the deployment of what we know is the real solution, because we all share, I believe, the European plan for decarbonization, which at the end of the day will bring not only the reduction of CO2 emissions, but also a steep improvement of the energy resiliency, because we don't need to import our sun and our wind in order to produce the electricity we need in order to fuel our cars and to heat and cool our houses and services with the heat pumps. But of course we have to manage a transition, which then may not happen overnight. And for example, there was the issue of how to shift from a gas economy to our green fuels economy. And it's very important to be in tune, to be coherent with times of deployment, phasing in and phasing out. And now the risk is I think that in order to manage this crisis, we may do something which is, at the end of the day, we realize may be wrong in the midterm and the long term. So it's very important to focus on that. And going to your specific question on how to manage prices, I think it's exactly the same kind of trade-off. It's a different field, it's exactly the same kind of trade-offs. We have been, as a company, probably the only one starting several years ago here in Brussels to say, guys, to the Parliament, to the Commission, guys, we have to reform, we have to make a deep reform of the energy markets in Europe, especially of the power markets in Europe. Why? Because we want to invest a lot in renewables. Cost structure of renewables is very different than cost structure of any other technologies. You have to invest quite a lot today, and then you will get basically for free, I would say, energy for the next 15 and 20 years. So this kind of transition of evolution may not be managed basing our markets on the regulation we introduced 20 years ago, when basically the power markets principle was to find a proper way to dispatch fossil fuel power plants. It just doesn't match, it doesn't fit. So, the words of skepticism, Now the issue became suddenly very, very relevant, not only on the side of, of the right signal for investing or disinvesting in the technology, but also in order to tackle the energy prices, because today, what we are facing now is a big difference between the marginal cost of energy and basically the marginal cost of gas, which is a problem, and average cost of producing energy in Europe, which is quite a paradox. So again, we believe that there is a trade-off, because it's clear that we have to intervene in the short term, because this level of prices are unbearable for citizens and companies. But it's also true that we have to look at the kind of intervention we are putting in place in order to avoid to disrupt the market, to create fragmentation, to create troubles. And we believe that the solution is the same, because in the same direction, is to make closer the average cost of energy produced in Europe and the pricing of this energy. And this may be made in the power sector thanks to the long-term pricing and signals, to long-term contracts, which basically are based on a very average cost system. Basically, I don't want to be too technical, but this means shifting from the marginal cost short-term model to a average cost long-term model, which together with our friend Iberdrola, we have been pushing a lot in the last years. On the other hand, we have to tackle the problem of gas. Today, gas is very expensive in Europe because there is an effect of marginality again, exactly as we have in the power sector, because the little bit of gas going to the TTF market in the Netherlands, which for what we know, something between 10 and 50% of the gas we are utilizing in Europe, so a relatively small share, fraction of the gas we utilize in a market which is not very much liquid, so it's quite manipulated. But many of the contracts, especially many of the contracts for what we know coming from Russia, are linked to this index. So, high prices in this small market brings to very high prices on the average cost of gas in Europe, which translate into very high prices on the marginal price of power in Europe. So there is a quite strange phenomenon of double marginality, which is very expensive, whose ultimate benefit basically go quite a lot to Russian operators, because a large part of windfall profits are not in the pocket of the European players, are in the pocket of Russian exporters. So that's the reason why I believe that while we have to work in terms of reforming the market, we also have to tackle this emergency measure, and the solution has to be very easy, to put a cap on the price of gas in this market. As a power operator, we are pretty much used to have caps on our markets. We grew up as companies in Europe with caps in the power market. Well, I mean, nobody, we are quite healthy and in good shape, so we may manage it. It's important I would say, to reduce the ideological debate about this topic. It's pretty strange to say we don't have to put a cap on TTF because this is not respecting the market, as is having, this level of gas prices in a small market is reflecting the market fundamentals. So we believe that it's very important. We understand that there was some debate also in the council on that topic. We are pretty much sure that tackling the root of the problem, root cause of the problem, which is gas price now on the spot market, and starting to work on a more robust and long-term oriented market for power and gas would be the right solution for the European market dynamics, also under the crisis condition, but especially in order to get the right market dynamics to achieve the 2030 targets.
Thanks a lot. Eva, let's turn to you. So with all of these recent developments that we're facing, which are myriad in the realm of energy, how do you expect these recent developments to impact the EU's energy transition going forward and its future energy mix?
Well, I think that we are facing a situation in which it can turn either good or bad. It depends on what decisions are going to be taken. So I think that the Repower communication has very clearly put the focus in accelerating renewables, which is what we really hope, and as Simone was saying, is the cheapest solution for Europe and the most independent one. But what do we need for that? We need that in this crisis situation where we're looking to say how do we get independence from the Russian gas, we don't lose the word independence for gas, for fossil fuels. So we will have to search for alternative gas suppliers as a short-term solution, but they cannot produce a carbon lock-in effect. The objective is to invest out and deploy renewable energy, direct electrification and renewable hydrogen as the most efficient solutions, and of course flexible means and storage, because it's the best way to tackle the intermittency of renewables. But for this, we need a stable framework and we need a clear investment signal. So it is true that we have to face some taboos in the past. So we have been talking about taxing excessive profits. That's probably a necessity in the situation we are, but then what we have to look is, where is that excessive profit? Because what we have been listening so far is windfall taxes in the electricity sector, which is rather surprising, because if you look at the numbers, you will see that the electricity sector has reduced its profits in this crisis. It has not evolved. So maybe we have to look at the energy sectors that are having these windfall profits, and it is very, very easy to have a clear idea of where they are. We all present results that are public because we are listed companies. So that's what we have to look. And there is also a very important question is, when interventions are clarified, I mean, we are unfortunately seeing some interventions of the market, but as it was said, we are facing a very difficult situation. Then it has to be clearly analyzed in order to say what are the negative impacts of these interventions, which has not at all been analyzed correctly in some of the member states that are adopting them. So you need to preserve, for instance, you need to preserve what Simone was saying, and I think it's exactly what we all see in the renewable sector, is we need long-term signals. This is what we need, stable long-term signals to make investments. And for instance, what we see right now in intervention measures that have been approved in Spain is that we are switching from a long-term market to a spot market. Everyone's going to be in the spot market. That will kill essential instruments to deploy merchant renewables. That's the PPAs. Without PPAs, we are going to have a very difficult situation in order to deploy renewables. And second, but not less important, permitting bottlenecks. We are facing enormous problems to deploy renewables, and we very much welcome the guidelines of the Commission and particularly the proposal to change the directive of renewable energy, and we really hope that this will have a good success in the Council and Parliament negotiations. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Eva. So Diedrich will be joining us shortly in about 5 minutes from the Council Summit. While we're waiting for him to join, Nicholas, let me ask you about renewables in particular, because we know that with Repower EU, it calls for a big increase of renewables. We know that that's also really central to the plan to be phasing out Russian fossil fuels. What do you think is needed to deliver on those goals? Do we need faster permitting procedures, as the Commission has suggested? Do we need better incentives, different subsidy structures? And do you think that what has come forward with the Repower EU proposals this month, is that going to get the job done?
Okay, let me say that we have now solar, wind, and hydro. We are, yes, very committed with renewables. But and also say to other that we have French speakers here, and for me it's a pleasure listen to French speakers debating about interconnections. That, you know, for us it's very important having interconnection, but not only in gas and molecules, also in electrons. And also let me say that I agree very much with you, Simone, that you clear signals in the long term, but also keep in mind that we have very, very high prices, and we are having very, very high prices for consumers. And we cannot say to consumers that, okay, let's put your money in renewables, but at the same time, let's pay more for electricity, because we have higher rate of renewables right now, and we are paying more than ever. So this is a bad signal for the European Green Deal for investing in renewables. But about the Renewable Energy Directive, I think that is one of the great challenges of our energy policy. Today, EU renewables only account for 22% of the total energy system. And I think that the proposal of the RefuelEU to increase the target to 45% is something that goes in the line of the European Parliament, and given the circumstances, it makes more economic sense, sure. But one of the main challenges during this legislative process is maintaining the integrity of the directive. This should only promote truly and sustainable renewable energy. There must be no backdoors, no loopholes in this directive. For me, it's one of the biggest risks in the Parliament right now, how to avoid this problem of low carbon in the renewable directive, and also to promote the integrity of the directive. But this not depends only on the renewable directive, also depends, for example, other complementary and interconnected regulation, like gas storage or taxonomy, or the delegated act on nitrogen. But you mentioned that one of the most important things is the acceleration of administrative permits. They are one of the bottlenecks for the deployment of renewables, and we think that we have to make better plans at member state level, better mapping of the most suitable areas for installing renewable projects with less environmental impact, and there speed up the process of granting administrative permits. But I think that we should do that taking into account social acceptance, because I live in a region with a big deployment of renewables, and we are having big opposition to some projects. So how to convince people to deploy renewables is very important, and shortcuts sometimes will be bad for the deployment of renewables, because we have all the litigation problems that we are having later than the acceleration of the permits. So for me, how to accelerate, taking into account planification, mapping, and of course social assistance, this balance is the most important thing right now. And what is lacking from the proposals? For me, first, an update of the sub-targets, higher target for heating and cooling. Today's proposal has the same target for heating and cooling as RED II, with 32% target, and also the objectives are not established at the national level in a binding manner. The national binding targets could certainly the necessary investments and avoid free riders also.
Simone, I know that Enel has been very active in this area. How do you view what's come out with the Repower EU proposals? Do you think it's getting the incentives right?
We tend to have a quite positive view of Repower EU. But generally speaking, we believe that the Commission and border perimeter, the European institutions made some big jump forward during the last years. I remember when we started to talk to the Commission saying, you know, guys, you have to enforce in some way, for example, some Brussels legislation and pressure in order to speed up the permitting process at domestic level. You know, at the beginning they were very reluctant to say, no, there's a problem of what I may do, what member states have to do. So step by step, the level of pressure on member states to improve the administrative procedures to reduce the red tape is increasing a lot. And that's good because, you know, Europe is a patchwork of different legislations. There are countries where the problem is very, very hot. Italy is one of them, but I think other countries, France, also Germany is becoming more and more difficult. I don't know, probably Spain is a bit easier. But it's clear that the let's say the administrative infrastructure of many member states are not matching with the needs in order to achieve the targets for 2030. Accelerating them or not accelerating them, that's just not enough. There's no way to build all this stuff without a big improvement of our administrative picture. Another point which is very important dealing with the renewables in the REPowerEU, I believe, is the boost of the decentralized renewable production, which seems a very easy catch. Probably, I hope the Parliament and Council may be even bolder. I mean, the Commission was very bold in saying, okay, guys, starting from a certain given year, you have to put, that's compulsory, you have to put a solar panel in your roof. And probably once, this idea starts to be presented at the political level, you may accelerate it. There is no reason for waiting 3-4 years for that. I mean, you may start putting solar roofs tomorrow in order to reduce the dependency. With energy prices today, this is a good deal for citizens. Probably you may utilize some of the money coming from the recovery plan in several countries in order to boost this. It will be a fantastic way to accelerate the process of transition, also to accelerate the possibility for our citizens to be active part of the process aimed at getting rid of Russian gas. Because, of course, you may combine solar roofs with heat heat pumps for heat and cooling. You may put batteries. So it's a kind of a transformation step. So I believe that's why the action will be also made a bit stronger and faster. But basically, on the renewable side, we have the technologies. We know how to do. The problem is just to make all this implementable in a short time.
Well, speaking of the REPowerEU plan, we do have Diederik now connected with us via video. Welcome, Diederik. How are things over there at the European Council summits on the other side of town?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Sorry I can't be there physically. Indeed, it's a bit hectic.
No worries. Diederik, I wanted to ask you, so we've been talking about some of the recent developments, obviously, the things that are being talked about at the Council Summit right now. In light of the war, in light of the energy price crisis, and in light of the goals of REPowerEU, which we've been talking about so far, do you think that a reassessment of the role of all the different energy sources in the EU is necessary? I mean, the REPowerEU says that it is necessary. So what are you guys proposing in terms of what needs to change now?
Yeah, indeed. We need to reassess the new reality and its consequences. Before the war, we had Fit for 55 as our big objective, which was to make our energy system more sustainable at breakneck speed, to be honest. And now 2 new ingredients are added to the mix. One is a high price environment for fossil fuels, especially gas. And the second one is the political objective to get rid of our overdependency from Russia. And the second one is very important. And what we did, putting those 2 new ingredients into the mix, we reassessed the future energy mix for Europe. And you can see clearly the consequences. And actually, they are self-explanatory, obviously. We see more coal in the mix, more nuclear, but especially much more energy efficiency and much more renewable energy. Altogether, it's still fit for 55, or you could actually say fit for 57, because the overall net emission reductions are bigger than the original package. But the mix has changed. We're squeezing gas out of the system at more than breakneck speed. Gas used to be our transition fuel for decades to come. Well, you can change that word decades into decade, because we still need gas in the coming years, but we also need to get rid of it as sooner than we thought.
Diederik, while we have you here, I want to put a question that's come in via Slido for you, and it's about last night's developments, actually. So the questioner asks, The Commission did not make an impact assessment on the Russian oil embargo. Energy prices are skyrocketing. How can we ensure that industry is not held hostage? So obviously this is a developing situation. We don't know the legal text yet. Right now we only have a political agreement. But how do we make sure, as we look at the effects of the oil embargo that was agreed last night, that industry isn't really thrown into a very unpredictable situation here?
We cannot. That's the simple and honest answer. There's a war going on in a neighboring country, and that has consequences, big consequences, because the war is the biggest atrocity that mankind can develop. So yes, it will have consequences. I beg to differ, by the way, that we did not assess the impact. We did. And in Repower EU, you can see our proposals to mitigate some of that impact. For instance, by investing in oil pipelines and refineries to compensate for the lack of Russian oil and to enable other oil to come into Europe and be refined to products like diesel, etc. It's 2 billion. It's quite a large amount of money to be spent on fossil fuels. But the war has consequences also for our assessment on what we can spend public money on. Before the war started, oil investments were taboo. You couldn't invest in new fossil fuel pipelines or infrastructure because we needed to get rid of all of that. Well, we now have this different situation in which we do, for a small part of the money, invest in oil. But I mean, I can hear and I do acknowledge all the anxiety out there in the European industry and BASF being anxious about lack of oil and therefore a lack of their productivity, etc. But I do want to stress out that while in in this part of Europe, companies might economically take a hit, in Ukraine, they are obliterated from the surface of the earth. So to put things into perspective, if we really want to show solidarity with Ukraine and its people, we have to bear some consequences, all of us. And it's our job to mitigate those consequences and to take care that the burden doesn't fall upon those who cannot bear it.
Well, Don, hearing that explanation from Diederik, do you feel reassured that we somewhat know what's coming, even if, as Diederik says, we can't completely know what's coming? What's your response to what Diederik just said?
Yeah, so I fully support what Diederik is saying, actually. There is a war going on. It is, again, incomprehensible, like what is going on in the Ukraine. I still can't find words to actually describe what is happening in the Ukraine. It's just so shocking. And, you know, our transition away from dependency on Russian fossil fuels is absolutely important. Our diversity of supplies is really important. So, you know, the transition away from natural gas at the right pace, along with the integration of renewable energies, the infrastructure upgrades, all of it needs to be achieved. And I'll go back to what I said at the very beginning, is that this challenge is much bigger than all of us in this room, and we all have to work together right across the value chain in order to actually deliver what Diederik is just saying. So it's just about actually going ahead and doing it now, and it's really important, and it's a higher challenge, and there is no question of the what, it's the how, and how we're going to get there. So no dispute about the what at all.
Dominique, hearing what Diederik just said about what's in Repower EU, we were talking before about infrastructure, and we know that what was agreed last night is going to require some new infrastructure for the EU. And same thing with what the leaders are talking about right now, which is the phasing out of Russian gas. Do you think that there is sufficient provisions and planning in Repower EU to get the infrastructure on track that's needed? And what would you tell Diederik in terms of what more might be needed?
Yes, I think it was already said. So it's a plan, it's a good plan. It's a plan with important objective to achieve, with the direction of accelerating. We are speaking of a plan giving objectives in 2030, which is 7 years from now. When we speak about infrastructure, about kind of energy, 7 years, it's nothing. So it's all about how we decline what is in this plan. And the advice I have to give is to reinforce a dialogue with the various governments. I will take 4 examples. For example, the biomethane production objective has increased from the former plans. So the national policies should implement this new objective into their plans. For France, it's moving from 7% of biomethane in 2030 to 17 or 20%. It's not in the legislative text. It has to be put, and the necessary regulatory measures should be implemented. I take another example, which is more an enabler. In order to make this transition in the 7 years to come, we should implement more CCS. CCS will be part of the solution. We need an objective on CCS. We discussed that this morning. So it's an element which is key for the transition. Then we should have science, real science. So just taking one example, it's about, I said, allowing future flux to come from south to north or preparing for new hydrogen, etc. We should have projects showing that we are moving there. And it's why we support this interconnection between Spain and France, preparing for hydrogen, even if it's ready for gas, if necessary, in the first half. So all that are signs that is declining simply what is in the Repower EU documentation. But it should be done.
Well, Diedrich, Dominique just mentioned CCS and its place in Repower EU. How do you see the role of CCS going forward in the energy transition? Is it central? Is it a possibility? How is the Commission viewing CCS right now?
Well, it's an essential part of Fit for 55 to decarbonize our industry and to reduce CO2 emissions. And actually, in the end, towards 2050, move to negative emissions. Because as the IPCC and other scientific reports tell us, we started too late with decarbonizing and mitigating our CO2 emissions. So we have to overcompensate in the second half of the century. And CCS is essential to make those negative emissions happen. For the short term, though, I do think it will take a hit because most of the CCS projects that were coming online in the next years were connected to gas. And as we explained earlier, Repower EU, the war in Ukraine and the objective to get rid of Russian gas changes the role of gas in our energy system. So, for instance, projects that were connected with hydrogen production, blue hydrogen production, so from natural gas with CCS into blue hydrogen, I do think that they will be put on a back burner for a while because of the fact that the natural gas that you need to make that hydrogen is extremely expensive or unwanted because it's Russian.
I wanted to ask as well, we have a question that's come in about electricity markets, electricity prices specifically. I know this has been a big issue in Spain. So I do want to put the question to Eva. The questioner asks, why not reform power markets by shifting to a basket pricing system, one where power prices reflect a weighted average cost of production per energy unit? So that would be different than the current system, which is based on the most expensive form of gas in the market at the time. What do you think about that idea?
I think that every idea has the merit to be studied and analyzed. But I think it is important to say, I mean, the marginalist market, we could live very easily with a paper technology, but we have doubts that this is going to be cheaper. So I think this is where we have to go. You have to see, it is true that now we are facing we're facing a crisis. We're facing a situation of poor and very high gas prices. But I think from the Acer assessment that was just published, what we have seen is that the market that we have been having for years now has brought benefits of, I think the calculation was 34 billion per year. So we as utilities, we can have other forms of organizing the markets. We just need to have the signals, we need to analyze and to organize ourselves to make the offers. Because what we forget now is that in the recent months, we have been having a very high gas price, but we forget that the market is much more complex than just the spot market. The wholesale market is a succession of forward markets and wholesale market. So the wholesale market, the spot market, sorry, is giving the pricing and everyone sees it and says, wow, it's super high. But in parallel, and for instance in Spain this happens a lot, because we have a high penetration of renewables, we have a lot of PPAs and bilateral contracts with clients that have fixed prices that have nothing to do with that spot price. In the last years, we have had very depressed prices in the marginalist market. And I remember, and Simone remembers perfectly well, but our issue some years ago was precisely the cannibalization of renewables, because we were producing with renewables at the same time in the spot market, no fossil fuel giving the signal, and we were producing at zero or very, very little money. So what I think is that any change in the market has to have an analysis of what is at the end the expectation that the consumer is going to be paying. And so far, what we see are proposals that just make a very simplistic analysis. Let's bring gas out of the spot market and we will have these costs. But then, how do you pay for the capex of renewables? So any change can be correct, but we need to analyze exactly how it is going to work, how it is going to impact in the renewables, and how it is going to impact in the money that the consumers are paying.
Nicholas, let me get you to respond to that. I know this is an issue that's been very important to your Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez. How would you respond to that point?
I don't want to give a very controversial answer to Eva. We are very friends, we are close friends in the energy issue. But I had to mention one thing. For me, the ACER report was very important. And the ACER report also mentioned that the electricity market design, that the current design is not prepared for shocks like the one we have. So in an exceptional scenario, we need exceptional measures. And that is the thing that Spain and Portugal did, because we don't have interconnections. So for us, marginalists is quite bad in these cases, in this emergency that we are now, because we cannot take advantage of the interconnections like other countries. We live in an energy island, really, and Eva knows perfectly that we are living in an energy island, so we cannot compensate the wholesale prices of the market with prices from other systems. So we need a solution to do that, and this was the Iberian solution. And I really agree, and all the citizens in Spain agreed that energy prices, electricity prices were very high, and they cannot afford to pay that. At the end of the day, I want to mention that for companies, it was not, or utilities was not a very bad moment, because, for example, Iberdrola has become the leader of the Spanish market. It's the biggest company right now in Spain. So this crisis was good for some companies, but it was not good for citizens. And I have to mention that. So we had to take in mind also social acceptance when it comes to renewable. Social acceptance is also important, because we need also social acceptance for the deployment of renewables, and we need good prices for the people. Because if we have very high prices, and we are going to say that renewables are cheap, people are not going to believe us. Because right now, it was not true for the people, for the real people, for their pockets. I'm not saying that renewables are expensive. No, it's the cheapest way to decarbonize and the cheapest way to evolve to our goals. But of course, also citizens need all these signals for them, not pay more every month in their pockets. So, and it's not a problem of renewables, it's a problem of the gas prices and marginalism. So we need exceptional measures. And I will defend, and we have also our president today in our group, in the Socialists and Democrats, and for sure, the whole MEPs of the group are going to defend all these exceptional measures during this exceptional time.
Well, Diedrich, there was some progress made on this at the last European Council summit. I know that at that point they said they were going to revisit at the next summit. Are they talking about this issue right now? Is it for June? And what's the Commission's current thinking on this energy prices, power prices specifically, issue?
Well, I sincerely hope not that the leaders of the 27 member states of the European Union are discussing the marginal price setting system in the electricity market. I would challenge all of us in this room to raise their hand if they think they are knowledgeable enough to find a solution for this very complex problem. Those 27 men and women in that room in the Council are certainly not, and they should not. So I hope they stick to political principles, and which is about fairness, about solidarity, and there's many ways you can mitigate high electricity prices for consumers, especially low-income households, and we have given a whole toolbox, and frankly, most of the member states are using that toolbox in terms of energy vouchers or specific tax reduction systems. And sometimes they even have a windfall profit tax in order to finance those compensating mechanisms, which is a very European way to redistribute our wealth in the best possible way. What is not possible, and I hope the Commission has been very clear, and if not, I'm going to reiterate it, it's not possible to turn very expensive gas into cheap electricity. And every government leader or heads of state who wants to do that is deceiving himself or his people, because we do not have a magic stick. The only way we can make electricity cheaper is to invest in cheaper sources of electricity, which are at the moment renewables. And that's the way we want to go. Meanwhile, everybody is welcome to tweak and twist the market systems as they like, but I'm pretty confident that the market design as we have it right now is not designed by civil servants or bureaucrats. It's the systematics of the market itself that lead to this marginal price setting system. If you want to change that, change the energy mix. Don't change the market systems. Or, to make the story complete, if you want to, you have to end the energy market. And that's also an honest choice. There's countries that do not have an energy market and have a complete state-owned guided system. Fine, fair deal, not very efficient, but okay. But trying to keep the benefits of the market and tweaking it when it's not at your service is asking for trouble.
Simone, you wanted to respond to
just to elaborate a bit more on this topic of the system marginal price, because I'm not an economist, but I learned that all the markets work according to the system marginal price, to the marginal price marginal cost. You produce barrels or tennis balls or maybe agricultural products. I'm not completely sure that today somebody producing here at home is not benefiting from the global shortage of agricultural products. So the reason why there is a long debate about system marginal price and power probably is related to some psychological topic, but there is nothing bad in theory. The problem is that theory is not working once you have so many concurrent targets into the power market. So the idea, and I will believe that ESO report is starting to move on, and the Commission is starting to move on, is that if you want to have a market where you have, a certain amount of renewables, you may not say, okay, we live in the perfect ideal market, short-term market, then we don't have enough renewables. So let's buy this to us some kind of centralized standard. So I don't know that enough flexibility. Fine, let's buy it with another specialized standard. So I don't have enough backup capacity. Let's buy it in some way. Then it comes a country which says, okay, I understand that probably you should put a cap on the gas market. We don't find an agreement. Let's fix the problem by myself. So what is the risk that we see now? Is that the outcome of this phase will be market inefficiency and fragmentation. While we are very much convinced that the solution for volatility of price in the power market and a solution for enforcing a market dynamics which brings to the proper investment in the mid to the long term is exactly the same. So don't crash the market. Let's work on a structural reform.
Does anyone else want to come in on the power pricing issue? Let's see if there's another question from the audience here. We could go back to CCS as one last question before we wrap up. So a questioner questions whether carbon capture and storage might hamper energy efficiency, having a 10 to 15% additional primary energy need. The questioner from Slido says this increases gas and fossil demand. Is that desirable? Dawn, I know you wanted to come back to CCS. How would you respond to this idea that CCS might increase gas and fossil demand and hamper energy efficiency?
Yeah, thanks. So I'll go back to what I said earlier, in that we're transitioning, right? And I've said it before, you can't just flick a switch and step forward and have our climate goals of objectives met. And so we absolutely believe that we need to accelerate on the pace of CCS. And again, well done to the Commission for recognising the role of CCS in that transition to a climate-friendly world. And we also believe that CCS gives our LNG suppliers a long-term guarantee in terms of that climate-neutral approach. So it's really important. And let's not forget that CCS already exists. And as was mentioned earlier, we already have around 20 projects in Europe at the moment, and there's more in the pipeline. And we have to think about what we need short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So I get the point about we're going to phase out gas. We will phase out gas in time at an appropriate pace. The recent scenarios that's been produced in the new Commission scenarios shows that we're actually phasing out gas at a pace of 70% rather than 30% in previous scenarios. So it's actually quite an accelerated phase out of gas, which is quite an ambitious target, which in itself is questionable, but we need to work together to get there. So CCS is extremely important. It needs to be continued. It needs to be accelerated at pace because it is the bridge to helping a climate neutrality. And I am in total favour of continuing to develop CCS. It might not be here in the long term, but it's certainly here in the short and the medium term. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Dawn. Well, I think that's all the time we have for this first panel. I want to thank all the panelists for joining us, and especially Diederik. We know it's a very busy morning for you over there, so we really appreciate you joining us. I think we've heard some really interesting discussions here about all the different challenges that we face on one hand, but then also all the different possible solutions. I mean, even just now in this short period of time, we've talked about a lot of different technical solutions, a lot of different policy solutions. So it's clear that the future energy mix is very much up for discussion right now, and we don't know what it's going to look like in 40 years, but the decisions that are being taken in this town right now are going to determine that future energy mix in 30, 40, 50 years. So thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you to the audience for some great questions on Slido. We're now going to take a short break for coffee. You can find the coffee right over there. And then we'll begin back here in 30 minutes for the next panel on large-scale technology solutions. See you then. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the coffee break. We're now going to be moving on to our second panel discussion of the day, which is on large-scale technology solutions to meet our decarbonization objectives. We'll be talking about technical feasibility, economic viability, and political and public acceptance. In case you're just joining us now online, my name is Dave Keating. I'm a journalist based here in Brussels covering energy issues. I'm going to be guiding us through today's conversation. You guys, both in the room and watching at home, will be able to take part in the discussion on Slido. You'll want to use the hashtag EnerGreenDeal on Slido. You can also join the conversation on Twitter. That's the same hashtag on Twitter, EnerGreenDeal. So let me introduce to you the panelists we have with us today to discuss this issue of technology solutions. We have with us today Mathilde Vorsdorfer, Deputy Director General of the European Commission's Energy Department. We have Alexandra Tomczak, Member of Cabinet for Commission Executive Vice President Franz Timmermans. We have Ville Niinisto, who will be joining us momentarily. He is a Finnish Green MEP who sits on the European Parliament's Environment and Energy Committees. We have Denis Bonvillain, a head of EU Public Affairs at French utility company Veolia. We have Frédéric Despirot, Vice President for Northwest Europe at industrial gases supplier Air Liquide. And we have Piet Opstallen, Innovation Lead at the Port of Antwerp, and now becoming the Port of Antwerp-Bruges as we speak. So welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. Mathieu, let's start with you. We already this morning in our first panel talked about some of the big challenges that we're facing today, and then also some of the objectives in the Repower EU proposal in terms of goals and targets. Let's now talk about how we get there, the technological solutions. What does the Commission view as the most promising large-scale technologies for the energy transition to get us to those goals that are envisioned by the Green Deal, Fit for 55, and now Repower EU?
So thank you very much, and still good morning from to everyone. I'm very pleased to be and participate in that debate. In particular on technology and innovation and research, because this is something I think which maybe is not talked enough, and it's absolutely needed to, as you said, get our Repower Fit for 55 European Green Deal objectives. They are all complementary, and if we can say something right now, we are in a crisis. There is the Russian invasion to Ukraine, and if we don't accelerate right now, we are not getting our climate goals, but not the independence we want from fossil fuels in general, and certainly from imports from Russia. And also, we need to get the social and the just transition aspects ready. In order to do that, we need renewables and energy efficiency, and we need the technologies behind renewable and energy efficiency. And if you ask me which are the ones, I think we have to distinguish with the ones which are more mature and those who are still in early stages. And I would like to quote a study which, in my past job, I was heavily involved in supervising, which came from the IEA, International Energy Agency. In order to become net zero by 2050, we need more technologies, and we know that half of them right now are in early stages. So we really need to accelerate innovation, research, and technology, because half of them are not yet ready and mature for the market. So in that context, we definitely need to speed up all what is linked to renewables, onshore, offshore wind, solar, and hydropower. We all need energy efficiency technologies. And then, in order to do what we are now, what we heard this morning, we need all kinds of technologies like heat pumps, hydrogen, and I'm sure we come back to hydrogen, CCS, CCU, and all what is linked in order to decarbonize our energy sector and industry. So I think there is a panoply of technology which we need to speed up. If we speak about hydrogen, it's definitely the electrolyzers. The costs for electrolyzers are still far too high. We speak a lot about renewable hydrogen, which is the key focus of our priorities, but we also know that it's right now far too costly. Things are moving on with the high gas and oil prices which we are facing right now. So there is a competitiveness aspect coming up. There's social acceptance, you mentioned, that varies among our member states quite a lot. We can take the example of CCS, CCU, which is well established in some of our member states, and some others there is a huge issue with public acceptance. But I think my key message is we need all kind of technologies to do the decarbonization and the repower, accelerate our clean energy transition.
Great, thanks. Alexandra, let's turn to you next. So your Commission Vice President, Franz Timmermans, is also often confronted with the issue of technology neutrality, that the Commission wants to set the goals and you let the technology deliver. But at the same time, the Commission does need to assess the viability of different technologies, right? So how does the Commission assess technical feasibility, economic viability, and also what Michiel was just talking about, political and public acceptance for new technologies?
Yeah, so I think it's, I mean, we often get two questions. How can you be technology neutral, and how can you give also more steer and more clarity and a sense of direction? And somehow these two are, you know, it's a bit of a catch-22 situation. So I think, you know, based on previous experiences, you cannot really forecast the future. There are excellent publications like the Energy Technology Perspectives of the IEA. There are all sorts of great analysis of where the technologies can be going, but in the end of the day, nobody knows exactly which of the technologies is going to perform best for which of the end use. And that's why technology neutrality is not just, you know, I would say a theoretical concept which we need to apply because we have a variety of member states and therefore a variety of sensitivities. It also makes economic sense because you cannot put all your eggs in one basket. You want to support various technologies so that in the end it's the one that performs best that gets adopted by the market. So I mean, in the Commission, when you ask this question, of course, we have different funds that have different set of selection criteria. And, you know, looking at the technology readiness level, it would start with the low TRL, where you have Horizon Europe, and the high TRL, where we would have InvestEU. Somewhere in the middle, trying to address the valley of death is the Innovation Fund, with the up to 38 billion euros that we can mobilize. And obviously, the criteria that we need to mobilize to assess economic feasibility will be different for different stages of maturity of these projects. So I think you know, our approach is to make sure that we address all the different stages of technology readiness, and right now really focus quite a lot on this middle range with the Innovation Fund between sort of around 3, 4, 5 technology readiness level to really help projects go into large-scale industrial demonstration. Why? Because we have a window of opportunity to act right now. Around 70% of Europe's blast furnaces are going to come to the end of economic lifetime this decade. So that's why it's so important to really push the commercial deployment. So I would say, you know, the answer to this, you know, really depends on which sort of technology maturity level you're looking at. And public acceptance, I think now, especially in the current context, I think Europeans are rethinking a lot their attitude towards solar panels, towards infrastructure. I think we also have a window of opportunity to change habits, change approaches to technological development, infrastructure development, because I think everyone really feels the impact of the current situation on their household budgets. Everybody feels the urge to insulate, to become more sustainable, more resilient. So I think we can also use this crisis to make some of the solutions a little bit more acceptable and a bit perhaps accelerate the deployment as well.
For sure, there is a real window of opportunity there on one hand, economically and practically, because people see energy prices rising. They're now thinking more about how they can save energy. But I think also emotionally, with the situation in Ukraine, that people want to feel a sense of agency. People want to do something to help. And if it just means turning down the thermostat, not turning on the air conditioning, maybe people at this precise moment are a lot more open to maybe even considering a wind turbine behind their house where they might have opposed it before, and now if they connect it to the current situation, they might be more open to it. Vila, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the panel. So we've been talking so far about how technology fits in to the overall energy transition. From your perspective as a parliament lawmaker, what is the place of large-scale technology in the energy transition? Is it essential? And how should policymakers help it or not help it?
Well, I think in general, and good afternoon. I have to say that we have some planning to do also on the traffic planning side, and not just energy transition, but it will be also more effective when it comes to use of energy and not getting all the congestion, but I finally got here. Then I think in energy transition, the basic technological solutions are already there. So I think the biggest challenge is to have a holistic energy system, an energy mix where we have the most cost-efficient approach, where we have storage, where we have increased electrification, where we can use electricity when the prices are low to turn it with heat pumps into then also to heating, for example, and then obviously renewable hydrogen. So I think the biggest thing is to how to manage this transition, make it as effective as possible. But I think the technologies basically are there. If you look at the perspective to 2040, we made as the Green Group in the Industry Committee, we ordered a study from the Lappeenranta University of Technology in Finland on how we can make a 100% renewable energy system by 2040. I know that some countries are still using most likely the nuclear, but basically how to get rid of fossil fuels, and then whatever you do with nuclear, it's your own business. But just how fast you can get rid of fossil fuels and emissions. And I think in 2040, the approach there was that we need to almost triple our electricity production by 2040 to achieve that. So basically, electrification comes first. It's the cheapest, it's the one that saves energy as well. When we turn traffic into an electrified system, heat pumps to make industrial heating and domestic heating, and then renewable hydrogen for the hard-to-abate sectors. So I would say that this is the main ingredient, and the technology question is about how to holistically make this system as effective as possible, as cost-effective as possible, and make the investments happen. So I think it's in a country like Finland, currently we are looking already at an electricity system that will be free from fossil fuels and also imports from Russia, or basically self-sufficient in a relative term within next 4 to 5 years. So that's quite fast. And then we need to do the same in rest of energy and obviously in the other member states.
Thanks, Phil. So the context people at home might not know is there is a national strike here in Belgium today. It occurs to me if you're watching online, you maybe don't know that. The metro is basically not running at all. This is the joys of living in Belgium, but having a bit of difficulty getting around the city today. So let's move on to Denis. So when we're thinking about policy incentives, right, for these technologies, I know I hear a lot from companies that you need the right framework in place, not too constrictive, but also not nothing at all. What would you say are the kind of policy incentives, the improvements to legislative frameworks that are needed to scale up technologies to the large scale that's needed?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and to those following us online, and thank you for the opportunity for Veolia to share our experience and thoughts. I would say from experience, we observed that clearly targets, EU targets and objectives are very powerful policy incentives and drivers. For example, in the REPower EU, the 35 BCM of biomethane by 2030 is clearly sending the right signal to the market and to the value chain. However, I would say that we believe that it should be anchored into EU legislation to send, I would say, an even stronger message to the market. And I think that to reach that target, we need to mobilize also all the available biomass. Food waste, agri-waste, green waste, sewage sludge, industrial and municipal wastewater, provided, of course, that they are local and sustainable. So, for example, let me give you an example. In Bulgaria, we are operating the wastewater treatment plant of the city of Sofia, which is nearly energy sufficient, based on the methanization of the sewage sludge. This solution is very cost effective. It reduces energy imports and also emissions. And it clearly shows also the benefits of local energy loops. And last thing on this example is that, because often we think that these solutions are just for one part of Europe, you know, the western part, the north part. But with this example in the Balkans, it shows also that these solutions can be deployed across Europe. Existing legislation can also be improved. For example, we support the Commission's intention to tackle slow and complex permitting for renewable projects, because the inquiry period varies tremendously from one member state to another. So clearly here, there's a need for EU harmonization. And I think we can learn also from the member states that have a high renewable share in their energy mix, how they are doing this, how they manage to achieve that. Policy change also can drive technology scale up. For example, when it comes to district heating, I would like to make one recommendation to the Commission, is introducing an obligation to always assess the feasibility of installing a district heating network in the event of the creation of a new area, you know, be it commercial, industrial, or housing. At least assess the feasibility, because from experience, we observed that switching from individual heating systems to district is very difficult and very complex. And lastly, I would say that it's innovation, innovation, innovation. So we should absolutely maintain the EU innovation funds because they enable to find the technology breakthroughs for existing technologies, you know. Some of the technology already exists, but they need this innovation fund to be more competitive and more scalable. So just maybe to wrap up, my key message would be legislation plays an important role to scale up technologies to large scale, but we shouldn't forget also the local scale, because many of these technologies and these solutions are developed at local level. And at Veolia, we very much believe in a territory-driven ecological transformation. So I would say that both are complementary and both should be supported by legislation.
Yeah, that's a good point, that often before technologies get to the large scale, they need to be kind of nurtured at the smaller or medium scale to really get going. And so you have to think about that in-between part as well. Frédéric, let's turn to you next. In terms of the speed of developing these technologies, how do we make sure that we get the policy right to make sure that the speed is appropriate to each technology? And I think going along with that, what we were saying about, you know, medium scale to large scale, how does the policy get the speed of development right?
Right, so good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity. I think first, as a decision maker in a company like Air Liquide, I'm representing operations here around the table. We invest for the very long term and the long term, so it's very important for us that we do not miss that time frame. So yes, we are definitely in need to act now, and speed is important, but we should not forget that timeline. One thing I would like to emphasize is that the energy transition is going to span over 3 decades, and it's going to have several phases. So as you said, Michel, there are technologies that are already mature, but some are not mature yet, not reliable yet, for an affordable cost. And I think this is quite important to fund this innovation, but at the same time, leverage the technologies that we already have. a company like Air Liquide, we provide all sorts of gases, solutions, technologies. We accompany our customers for the decarbonization, which is really the topic of this forum. And so we provide and we build locally for local usage. And I think it's also quite important, as we discuss and we contemplate imports, that we take this consideration into account as well. Of course, we produce locally oxygen, nitrogen, but also very much hydrogen. In terms of hydrogen, hydrogen is central, I think, also in part of this energy transition. We have, over the past 50 years, built really a unique expertise in terms of technology and operations in all the value chain, on the storage, on the production, on the distribution. So all those technologies already exist, and it's not a question of scale-up. This scalability really is not an issue. Today, we operate already some 40 electrolyzers worldwide, including the world's largest renewable-based electrolyzer in Canada. We are partnering with Siemens to build a gigafactory on the European soil to produce a manufacture electrolyzer capacity over 1 gigawatt per year from 2023. So we are already taking some of those very clear steps. I think what is very good to see is that the European Commission has really taken into account the hydrogen into part of the solution for the energy transition, but I'd like to make a few points on this because it's quite important to make it as a reality. Hydrogen can be produced in the vicinity of consumption. It does not have to be important. So really the EU should maximize the incentives to the domestic production and not creating, before we create needs on and import dependencies. I think on this aspect of infrastructure, it's also very important that a clear distinction is made, which is not completely the case now in the gas package, between the regulated public backbones that have a certain usage for this hydrogen and also what is the unregulated private network that today has a different usage. And I think it's important to bear it in mind as well. Large-scale projects, actually there are several that today are very advanced. And there are some that are today, if I take just in Europe, in French Normandy, in the Netherlands, in Germany, we have several projects, each having hundreds megawatt electrolysis capacity that are waiting for, I would say, a process, a little bit long on the IPCEI process to get approved. And this is needed to make this decision on investment. But we are ready to invest, and we are missing that part. So I think expediting that process is also important. We touch also the point of the color. This has a point on the speed as well, on the regulation, because the color, we need all the different color of hydrogen. And having a very clear set of regulations and certification for the products is critical, because it has an impact on all the end products where those products will be embedded for the carbon content of the end products and the traceability. Maybe a last point to illustrate on speed and massive project, because we talk about large scale, and we are today already implementing large scale project. And we can abate already massive quantities of CO2, one of the most effective way being the CCS, I must say so. And capturing CO2 today, it's all leveraging existing technologies on the capture, on the transportation, on the sequestration. The missing part is the infrastructure. If you take the CO2 pipeline, for instance, that is needed for inland industries, you cannot abate those industries or completely change their scheme without this infrastructure. The infrastructure will have also to be built. So all that, of course, be it the hydrogen or the CCS, I think really requires a very clear and legible, very simple to read framework, like regulatory framework. For me, this is really the key.
Pete, let's turn to you next. You are obviously an expert in ports. So how can new large-scale technologies, specifically at ports, contribute to the EU's energy transition?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Port of Antwerp, Bruges is close by. It's only a short drive from here if there is no traffic. But we are actually quite big, and I think one of the biggest economic hotspots in Western Europe. And And the reason is that you need scale to make that energy transition, which is a priority number one for us as a port authority to do that transition. By the way, we merged about 1 month ago with the Port of Zeebrugge, and the main driver for that is energy transition. And because in Zeebrugge you have a large LNG terminal, and there's a lot of knowledge there. 15% of the LNG in Europe is coming in via Zeebrugge. A little bit from Russia was there, but mainly from Norway and Qatar. So in the future we will use that infrastructure to build new supply chains on green hydrogen coming from other regions in the world. Because within Europe we will not be able to produce enough green hydrogen for the transition we need to make. The second topic is, as we are a very second largest chemical cluster in the world, so very energy demanding on 2 levels. A lot of steam is used, so we need to have green sources there to produce that steam. But secondly, also to create a feedstock, a different feedstock than the one which is there today. So that are actually the 3 challenges we are looking to, and like we have seen with the container business in the 80s, because only a few ports were able to become part of the Premier League of container ports, and luckily Antwerp was one of them, because you had the scale. Antwerp is the largest MSC hub in Western Europe, in Europe. The reason is there is a certain level, there is a scale available to do the efficient business there. And for energy, I think that's a very similar situation. You need infrastructure, you need physical space to build your infrastructure on liquefiers, to build your pipelines, and to build that in an efficient way. So we strongly believe that also on a European level, choices have to be made. Today we receive already a lot of support from Europe in doing that. And by the way, the Green Deal and Fit for 55 were, even before the war and things like that, were already key drivers to make that transition and to start doing that transition. So I think in the future we have to accelerate that further. And I think 2 big projects there, CCS by 2030, 50% of the emissions in Antwerp needs to be captured and liquefied and stored. That's an intermediate solution, we believe so. And building that green hydrogen supply chain, which is a complete new one worldwide, I think that's a major, more structural solution which will be necessary. Having a lot of investments, but okay, I think there is existing infrastructure. We have to build new ones. And what's the role of technology there? Technology alone will not save the world. But on the other hand, I see a lot of innovation happening today. Small companies coming on decarbonization and using different feedstock. Very promising. I think every young engineer, being 22, I have one at home, being 22, he would like to create his own startup and save the world. And that's very fascinating to see that. And that's not only here in Belgium or Antwerp happening, but for sure that's happening worldwide. So in that way, I think in the coming 10 years, we will see a lot of new developments coming up. And I believe that will help for sure accelerating that transition.
Well, one thing we know that really can spur technological innovation is collaboration. And the merger between Antwerp and Bruges, which by the way does have a lot of energy implications because of that LNG receipt terminal in Bruges, that's an example of a kind of extreme collaboration going all the way to unifying. But when we're looking at companies that are collaborating to develop technological solutions, Denny, what do you think is really needed on a policy level to encourage more collaboration between companies to both develop the technologies and scale them up? And what are some successful examples that you could point to of that type of collaboration?
Yes, you hear me? I would rather focus on the good examples, because it's better than the key messages and the recommendations. I prefer to share experience of what we have managed to do because, of course, there was legislative obligations, there were objectives to meet, there were targets to reach. So the first one is in Poland, at its Poznan site. Volkswagen turned to Veolia to help them reduce their environmental footprint. And together, we developed an unprecedented solution for recovering the waste heat of the Volkswagen foundry and re-injecting it into the district heating of the city. That was a first in Europe, actually. And the benefits of this collaboration, of this technological solution are many. I will just mention some. It avoids CO2 emissions, it saves water, and it heats public buildings and apartments, and also it led to a 9% reduction in heating costs for customers. And I think this point is very important because we have mentioned it already, but affordability of the transition is a strategic element. Especially as a water operator, the affordability of the cost of water is essential. Another example is in Finland, where we teamed up with Metsä Fibre, which is the largest cooperative forestry association in Europe. And there we teamed up and we managed to develop a solution to produce CO2 neutral biofuel from the pulp production. This is a very innovative industrial scale solution, actually. And the main benefit that we see is that it can be replicated at around 80% of the pulp mills worldwide. So here the potential to tap into is quite huge. This plant will be operational in about 2 years' time. And lastly, because cooperation is about B2B, but policy can also generate collaboration locally, also within local authorities. And for example, in Italy, in the city of Udine, there was this project of heating the district. Feeding the district heating system with the hospital technology center. So that was, a triangle between the hospital, the university, and the city. And we, as operator, of course, were around the table. And just one last thing on this project is that I would like to emphasize that it was made possible thanks to a public-private partnership, which is still a very agile, flexible, and smart model to bring people together at local scale.
Frederic, same question to you. What type of incentives do you think are necessary to increase this type of collaboration?
Yeah, no, I think maybe I could illustrate with an example. We have multiple examples of collaboration, partnership, one-on-one, but I think if we want to make a step change, and speed is important there, is to have flagship project in Europe. And those flagship projects, they come with economies of scale. And so you need to have several parties who have a common objective in the same timeline. And if I illustrate with the Porthos project, it's in the port of Rotterdam. It's a bit more advanced than the one in Antwerp, but we have a similar one in Antwerp as well. But in this area, you have 4 very large emitters of CO2, Exxon, Shell, Air Products, and Air Liquide, who have decided to join forces to invest, capture their CO2. And on the other side, you have 3 other parties, so 4 private and 3 public, with EBN, Gasunie, and Port of Rotterdam, to invest in an infrastructure that would sequestrate offshore the Dutch coast. It's reusing an existing infrastructure, converting this infrastructure. But it's a flagship project because in a matter of a couple of years, and it takes time, a couple of years, we are able to have this strong coalition of willing parties to commit jointly to abate 2.5 million tons a year of CO2 for 15 years. And none of those would have happened if one of the parties had not been there. We would not have been large enough. So this collaboration, this is the type of thing that happens if you have these joint forces. In Antwerp, it's 8 parties with 6 emitters. The second point that was critical from the subsidy side and the regulatory framework was a very supportive and smart, actually, scheme called the SD++ that you're probably familiar with, but it's a contract for difference, and so it closed the gap to a minimum return. And so depending on what the ETS price is going to do over time, it compensates for that gap. And when actually the ETS price will be above a certain threshold, then there is no money that is given from the citizen of Europe to this project. So it's closing a very important gap. So a contract for difference is a very smart scheme. One last point, collaboration is very important, but again, alignment of strategy, aligning of timing is key, and do not have or try to have too many parties in the same consortium. I won't give a name, but we have a consortium with 28 parties. It reminds me a little bit the former EU, if you will. It takes a lot of time to make decisions and it slows down the process. But again, so just to illustrate, I hope I answered your question.
Well, Ms. Thiel, we know that there are lots of different options when it comes to policy to encourage technological innovation, and particularly large-scale technological innovation and scaling up. One of the suggestions that comes up often is changes to subsidy or tax schemes, which have been put in place mostly nationally to try to develop some of these technologies, particularly with subsidies. We've had different approaches in different member states for renewables. Do you think that any subsidy or taxation frameworks need to be changed in order to better develop large-scale technological solutions?
Thank you very much for the question, but listening to what we heard, I think a main driver for large-scale technology are the targets. So I think in that sense, what we did, for example, on renewables, we had a 20% target for 2020, EU-wide, which we are above. We have started with a 2030 target with a Commission proposal a few years ago with 32%. We did, with a Fit for 55, a new impact assessment and proposed 40%, and with Repower, we are proposing 45% cost efficiently. So I think the main driver, and that's what we heard also from industry, are targets. And it's not easy to agree with the 27 EU member states, but it has triggered a lot of technology and competitiveness. I mean, offshore wind now and onshore wind, the prices in our solar have done dramatically down in the last couple of years. So for me, this is the main driver, not the subsidies or the tax incentives, which nationally, I know there are good and bad examples. So it has been quite costly for a country I know best on the renewable side, Germany, but it has also driven prices down, and I think the renewables are now so much competitive that they don't need any subsidies. So there might be cases for new emerging technologies which need subsidies at a national level. I think we could assess that. But overall, I think the markets and all what we can do in the framework, in the policy framework and targets are the more powerful solutions.
Ila, do you agree that targets are work better as an incentive than taxation frameworks or subsidy schemes?
Well, I do agree if the targets are binding. So basically we should have targets that show that this investment really needs to happen. ETS itself creates a market. So if you have an emission reduction target and then you adjust ETS to that, then you automatically develop a lot of investments. But maybe from what the gentleman there said, I would just like to add another component here. I think basically, we should create a market environment where it's viable to invest for the long term already today. So you should be able to invest into renewable hydrogen already in the next few years, not wait for 5-10 years. So I think maybe one of the few criticisms I have towards the Commission is that the grandfathering period on electrolyzers is a bit long. So maybe we should try to hasten that. So that's the role of public policy here, hasten the market access to new technologies. So there we can look at innovation funding, there we can look at subsidies, but in the long term it's about creating price for emissions and then getting investments there. But I would like to add two elements which are vital there also, because the scale up of new investments is so huge that we will need also a lot of material for that. So we have to have circular economy approach included here as well. Otherwise, we will have feedstocks that are not sustainable. So we will create land use problems where biomass needs to develop. We should mainly go beyond burning, because burning essentially does have a lot of environmental impact as well, most forms of burning at least. So we should try to have a balance where we promote the markets to invest, but then have environmental criteria, circular economy aspects there on to get the best possible feedstocks to develop as fast as possible, getting into biogas, which is really sustainable. And these are the difficult parts for the policymakers, because if we don't have those rules in place, these guys will develop maybe some kind of a technology which will use a feedstock that's not sustainable, will create problems. If there is no cost related to the environmental impact there, then I mean, the markets do that. That's what they do. They do the cheapest possible option, because that's in the market logic. So we have to make sure that the framework is already viable in the next few years to investments that will be sustainable in 2040. And I think that's the biggest challenge we have to do together with the companies and also get message from that how they feel that this can be done. That's the challenge. But I think we are on a threshold of a really big shift if you look at the scale of electrification that is already happening. So this is already happening, then it's a transition, and the hydrogen is coming there as well. And I think the situation with the war in Ukraine is just hastening it.
You mentioned electrification, and we've had a question come in from Slido on this topic. Alexandra, I'm going to put it to you. We know that a lot of the technological solutions that we've been talking about and that we haven't been talking about do rely on a change in the way we use electricity. I'm thinking specifically of heat pumps, for instance, requires kind of changes in grid and also changes in the wiring in people's homes. So the question that's come in is, electrification is a prized solution, but ignores grid limitations and constraints. How do we promote grid improvement to allow technologies to come online? So what's the Commission's thinking on this particular aspect, that so many of these technologies, like electric vehicles, like heat pumps, are going to require some pretty significant infrastructure changes in the electricity grid?
Yeah, well, thanks. So one of the elements when we were designing Fit for 55 and then REPowerEU was obviously to look at infrastructure. What infrastructure do you need to deliver on all these goals? And already for Fit for 55, this was pretty challenging in terms of new grid connections, in terms of the hydrogen infrastructure. But with REPower, it became even more important and more challenging. So we have done some calculations around how many more billions of euros we will need of investments in electricity networks. I think we came to a number of 30 billion more in addition to Fit for 55 before 2030. So I think we have it all, let's say, assessed from a cost point of view, how much it will cost, how much more of these interconnections and connections and grid reinforcements we need. But then you have to move from costing it and assessing what you need to rolling it out. That's for electricity. For hydrogen, it's an even bigger challenge, because we're talking about, well, retrofitting to some extent the existing gas infrastructure, but also building new infrastructure. So I think we know where we need to be in 8 years' time. We know how much money it takes, but obviously the challenge is permitting, public acceptance. Really rolling out these projects at the speed that is needed to achieve our objectives. So obviously the Connecting Europe facility is one of the best tools we have in Europe to do that, to really create an interconnected energy network, whether it's for transport, for electricity, for hydrogen. It really allowed us to come to a situation where, even though we're going through an energy crisis today, we know that even in the event of a full interruption of Russian gas, we can still rely on each other, reverse gas flows, electricity flows to face that situation. So we have tools at the EU level. Now it's a matter of scaling it up, accelerating, putting in place more effective permitting so that things can be built faster, while at the same time protecting the environmental integrity, because it's also one of our objectives. So I think we know what needs to be done and how much it's going to cost. But now, of course, we need to focus on implementation and roll up our sleeves and get to do it.
Yeah, if I can just shortly comment, I think you're totally correct on that. And we Greens have very much supported the approach that you are going for a faster assessment. I mean, I have to be honest about it. If we don't get permitting faster for renewable and sustainable forms of energy, we will have huge emissions and worse climate change. So you have to also just get the business on board also, that if we do more strategic environmental impact assessments, then you do it properly in the beginning or for a larger area, and then the actual projects will be faster to be delivered. So we need to have cooperation between environmentalists, the business and public sector to get permitting faster. And I think this is also an added reason why I support some people in the market and also in a country like Finland say that the Commission shouldn't say obligatory solar rooftop panels and these kind of things. Let the market decide. But the scale up of these technologies needs to be so fast, and there isn't enough space to invest into all these technologies if there is no kind of like automatization that this will happen. So I think these kind of applications in small scale household-wide solutions are also good, because then you automatically get a lot of rooftops to solar panels.
Pete, how important is electrification to the future plans of the Port of Antwerp and Zeebrugge? And also hydrogen. What type of plans do you guys have for hydrogen?
Shipping, first of all, inland shipping, you can fully electrify that. That will happen in the coming 3 to 5 years. Today it's diesel electric, because its battery is just too expensive still for these guys. And they are kind of disruption period now. In Europe, you have 10,000 inland ships, very old fleet, a lot of emission issues, no captains are coming in anymore, so you will have major issues there. So we need to automate, make the transition quite fast. So that will happen based on electrification. Seagoing ships, I think almost impossible on the short term to do that. So the only solution there is hydrogen-based, and probably it will be ammonia or methanol, which has a higher energy density. Also, to create ammonia, you need carbon dioxide, so you can have feedstocks coming in from that, from your carbon capturing into that. So these two are coming together there. And for sure, that's for us a strategy to build also here an infrastructure on ammonia, hydrogen. Now looking to the industry, steam, it's much more difficult to electrify that fully. So also there, hydrogen will need to be a sustainable fuel as input, not only in Antwerp, but also looking to the German Ruhrgebiet, where there's a high energy demand. Also we can play together with Rotterdam, I think. And on that level, we should not be competitors, by the way. There's only one way forward, is cooperation. And I think we should provide there the hydrogen coming in from other places to the industry.
Let me take another question from Slido here. This question comes from Francois Regis Mouton de Lostelat-Lassalle. So he says, very rightly, Mr. Denis Bonfillon mentioned the importance of setting targets in Europe. Given the gap to bridge, will the Commission support a CCS target? Mathilde, I'll put that question to you.
What I said in the beginning was that we need all kind of technologies. So we have mentioned them in our European Green Deal. We have a CCS directive and we have a CCS forum. Maybe that is also something I wanted to add, because you asked about the collaboration of industry, and it's great to hear concrete examples. What we also try to do in addition to our target and legal framework is this alliances. We started with battery alliances, we had the raw materials, and now in WePower, we are just looking and discussing one on biomethane and biogas, together with industry, together with the stakeholders, together with Parliament and member states. And we are one on solar power industry, or solar industry. So I think this collaboration, public-private, is quite important. On CCS, we had a very successful forum with Executive Vice President and industry, and we are following that up. I'm not sure target here will help, because the member states, as you know, are extremely diverse on that. So I prefer, and they prefer, overall targets like on renewables, which I think triggered a lot of investment and success story around Europe and outside. We have some figures now for biomethane and biogas, which are extremely ambitious. We have some for hydrogen as well. And we are working on how to make the framework right for CCS, CCU in different fora, in different working groups. But I'm not sure there we need a target, because that will be extremely difficult to get it through Parliament and member states right now.
Frédéric, what do you think about this idea of setting a CCS target? And more broadly, do you think CCS can bring us to our climate goals?
I think CCS is definitely a bridging solution over that period. Again, I said 3 decades span. I don't know how long it will last. I think I heard in the previous discussion that this could serve as well as a negative way to abate. So if we want to reach neutrality, this probably will play a role. But then the feedstock has to be bio-sourced. So it will continue to play a role, and the technology and the large scale and infrastructure will still be there and be utilized. But then I think, yes, we need to already act very fast on developing the technologies, innovating on everything that is renewable based. We discussed briefly this morning as well that nuclear probably has a role to play. I personally believe that only hoping that this will be based on wind and solar does not fly for the autonomy of Europe. I think nuclear will have to play a role. But I think we have to move all those in parallel. Some will contribute first, immediately, and again, we should not wait for those ones. CCS is the only way, in my mind, to have very large abatement of CO2, very practically. This is within reach even in the 2030 time frame. The renewable power, we are starting to have next year the first gigafactory, but the order of magnitude of the electrolysis that will be needed is just humongous. And the renewable power is not going to be there by 2030. So it will be the second wave. So we have to start, but it will catch up and be material in the journey, probably in the 2040, in the last part, I would say, of that period.
Ville, I'll give you the last word on this before we wrap up. What do you think about this idea of a CCS target?
Well, I'm skeptical to that, because CCS in the long term is only a long-term solution only for those sectors where it's impossible to get rid of the CO2 emissions. There will be some industrial solutions where CCS will be needed in the long term, but in the short term there is a risk if you have a CCS target, we start to address emissions of production which you should replace with something more sustainable. So kind of like having an extension of fossil fuel use with CCS is not sustainable. So we have to kind of like see that the emission reductions will be incentivized by the whole package of legislation fast enough that everybody that can invest into sustainable solutions will do that, and those who can't do it, if there is a cost relevance involved, then they will do CCS, and then it will happen. It's part of the pricing of emissions, I think. So we don't need to have a separate target on that. But I think, yeah, Parliament is a bit skeptical on that.
Well, lots of different technologies that we've talked about here, and I think definitely lots of different speeds when we're thinking about the technologies that are ready today, the technologies that are going to be ready in the midterm, and something like CCS, where we're really talking about longer term type of horizons. Some really interesting contributions from the panelists. I want to thank you guys for that, and some great questions from the audience. How about a round of applause for our panelists? And that brings us to the end of our panel. We'll now take a break for lunch, and we will be back here. Let me give you the exact time. I don't want to give you the wrong time. So at 2:30, we'll be back here for the parallel breakout sessions. We'll see you then, either here in person or online.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this parallel session on carbon pricing as part of the second EnerGreenDeal conference here in Brussels. To all of you, either joining in person or online, I hope you had a great morning today in this EnerGreenDeal conference. My name is Ana Gumbau. I am an energy and climate journalist, and I will be your moderator for this session. So the title of the session is the EU ETS and CBAM, setting the right instruments to incentivize effective decarbonization in a volatile market. So that's what we are going to be exploring today, is the interactions between the EU ETS and CBAM in what I believe is a very interesting context on high volatile energy prices of many legislative changes and promising proposals that have come up in the past year, of clear geopolitical and economic challenges, but also without forgetting the urgency to decarbonize our economies. I'm delighted to be joined by a top-notch speakers list, a very female-dominated speakers list, which doesn't happen often in the carbon market world. So kudos to that. So I'm delighted to be introducing Maria Elena Scoppio, Director for Indirect Taxation and Tax Administration at DG Taxud at the European Commission. We also have with us Beatriz Jordi, Director for Carbon Markets and Clean Mobility at DG Klima at the European Commission. Lina Hakansdotter, Vice President and Head of Public Affairs at H2 Green Steel. Luc Haustermans, Head of EU Public Affairs and Industry Relations with Yara. Małgosia Rybak, Climate Change and Energy Director at CEPI, representing the paper industry. And Katharina Tenes, she's the Vice President for Sustainability and Public Affairs in Europe for Constellium. So to all of you, thanks a lot for being with us this afternoon. And to all of you, either joining us live in Brussels or online, remember that you can ask questions via Slido using the EnerGreenDeal hashtag on the session 3A, which is the parallel session that brings us together right now. We're going to have some time to collect questions. So let's get the debate started. I would first like to come to Maria Elena, representing Digitaxud. You've been responsible for the proposal under the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism that was presented last July. And the first question I would want to ask you is to understand which incentives is the EU CBAM giving to industries to support them in their decarbonization efforts?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here today, and I would also like to welcome all my co-panelists and the public here and online. Thank you very much for your questions. I know that CBAM is very in the news to this in this period, because we are reaching a topical moment in the Council and in the Parliament, and there are a number of misunderstandings that are surrounding it. So maybe it is not simply to be seen as something which is going to be punishing or not supporting either inside or outside Europe. CBAM is part of the European Green Deal, which is not only a way to increase our ambitions in terms of climate, but it is a real challenge to restart our growth and our economy, taking into account the climate. So this is not doesn't have to be seen uniquely as something which is having climate at its forefront, but economy in general. And CBAM is no exception to that. So the main objective is clearly not to have our European ambition voided by the existence of carbon leakage. But it is true that when seen in the context of all the measures that are offered to our industries to have climate efficient growth, it is highly helpful to have an instrument that first of all gives a price signal that it is equal for everyone in terms of products that are imported, and also that stimulates trade partners to have the same level of ambition. Also, it is important to note that our industries will benefit from an advantage, because they will be able to advance the capacity to adapt to new climate ambitions. They have always been in the forefront with the ETS, and now will be able to implement even more this sustainable way of thinking their industries. And last but not least, we are considering also the use of real funds to help companies greening their production. And in particular, I'm talking about the Innovation Fund. The fact that free allowances will be marketed will bring additional revenue, and this revenue will be used to help the production. And this is very important, that it is the production and not the exports, which would be against our international trade commitments. So all in all, it is a way of giving a strong signal to our companies, putting them on in the same level playing field as their competitors, and also supporting them in terms of financial contributions, considering that this is part of the whole strategy of having a growth which must be sustainable.
Thank you very much, Maria Elena. If I can now turn to Beatriz, because the way that we are seeing carbon markets in the past couple of years, we've seen a massive increase in carbon markets, in carbon prices, in EUA prices, which many would agree that this is the price we should have been at this stage, but some also would argue that we got there like really fast from, I think it was like just about 30 euro per ton at the beginning of January 2021 to reaching almost 100 euro per ton quite recently. So what do you make of the current context where ETS covered companies are operating, and the concerns around volatility that we are seeing at the moment? Is this something that concerns you?
Yes, and thanks a lot for the question, and a pleasure to be here. Shame that we have this greenhouse gas effect also in this meeting room, but it's a splendid place. And first let me put the context. I started as a director working in ETS 5 years ago, and prices were around 5 euros. And of course we were attacked because the system was not working fast enough. that, well, it was working, because I think that the obsession is the price, and the obsession should be the decarbonization speed, if I may say. And sometimes you have a cheaper or less costly solution. Sometimes you are reaching the more expensive one. So the ETS is designed to decarbonize, it's not to set up a price. So we were at €5. Then it went, we had the first revision of the ETS, and the first revision of the ETS, it was the night of the trilogue. The day after, prices went up, which is great. So policy making has an effect. And there we have a stable path of growth and decarbonization. And let me just explain that yeah, you're right, that we have touched the €95, and the voices on the speculation have started to raise. So we know that, and this is a calm message to the market, we know that the reasons were recovery of the economy. So the whole markets were upside down all around the world. We were not an exception. It was the economy recovery. It was also the switching from not only the war, I mean that it is a dramatic situation, but this is a dramatic situation that makes that gas prices are high, and the switching to coal, which is an anomaly in the ETS. Then of course it's a lack of allowances, and then prices go up. And then of course the Green Deal ambition, let's be clear, I mean the signal from policymakers is that this is here to stay, this decarbonization voluntary. So we know that they are normal, and just going to the volatility, just we have, I'm not, it's not that I invite you to read the 140 pages of ESMA authority, the Market Authority and Securities, the European agency, that is the watchdog of the markets, but the message is very clear. I mean, it's a market working normally. It's a market responding to market signals. It's a healthy market, and this has been also confirmed by the European Central Bank message, that they have done a report recently, same message. And we know that there has been accusations of if the investment funds, because you have different actors in the market, let's put it roughly, nearly half of the market is operators, so utilities, industry, and aviation company. Nearly the other half of the market, a little bit less, are banks, and banks are hedging the risk. Banks are providing liquidity, and there's an 8% of investment funds, pension funds, all the type of funds, that they are the normal accusation or speculation. So in the ETS, we have less than 10%, we are 8%. Markets put it on the table that it's a healthy market, reacting to high gas prices, and reacting to a war, and reacting to a coal switching. But we find that it's a natural market and working. It doesn't mean that we are stopping having a good look. That just we monitor very seriously, and we take very seriously whatever accusation.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Beatriz. If I could now turn to Lina. I think it's clear that we're seeing many interactions and many points in common between the EU ETS and CBAM, and I think it would be very interesting to hear from you. What is this role of these two policy instruments in decarbonizing the steel sector, and what is needed for newcomers like H2 Green Steel to ensure a level playing field in the industry?
Thank you. Thanks for the question, and thanks for the invite to be here. Firstly, I should perhaps explain who we are. H2 Green Steel is a totally new company. We're an industrial startup. That's a really scarce species, I would say. We don't have any legacy. We're building everything from scratch, and we're building it fossil-free. So for us, of course, our mission is to decarbonize all hard-to-abate sectors, and we start with steel. We're building our first plant up in the northern part of Sweden, and we will be producing 2.5 million tons of steel by 2025. And to be able to do this, a strong price signal for carbon is essential. So the ETS is the basis of the foundation of our business, I would say. I've been representing different kinds of industries for the last 15 years, working with climate and energy policy. And I remember when the ETS system was launched, it was a really clear signal from policy. We have targets and we also have to have measures to meet those targets. And now, 15 years later, there are still industries that have not started their journey to transform yet. So I think, of course, we need to safeguard the European industry. We don't want any carbon leakage. We don't want to account for emissions abroad by our climate policy, but we also need to acknowledge that there has been a really clear signal from policy from way back. So now it's time to actually do business. And we have had the free allowances of the ETS as a way to safeguard and to avoid carbon leakage, but it doesn't put the price on carbon that should be there. So I totally agree with the Commission that the CBAM is a better tool to safeguard the industry, to maintain that kind of security that we won't have carbon leakage, but at the same time putting a clear signal and a clear price on the carbon. That's essential for us. As long as there is still a free allocation, though, it is really important that the benchmarks incentivize newcomers such as us, so that we create a level playing field and that we are not harmed compared to the old traditional industry. And lastly, I would like to say that there aren't so many newcomers such as us. There aren't so many new companies that are trying to find ways to use the new technology. And that is one way of actually saying that the way that we have used climate policy, the way that we used ETS up until now has not been working. I mean, we want the newcomers and we want us to push the old industry. So to do that, we have to change something, and I think that the CBAM is the way to do it. Get rid of the free allocation.
Thank you very much. I'm already compelled to ask for a first round of reactions here, but I think I would want to hear from all speakers first. Thank you very much, Lina. Now, if I may turn to Luc Haustermans. We're seeing indeed this many intersections between the EU ETS and CBAM. So what does Yara see as the main challenge stemming from these two policies?
Thank you for the question. And most of all, I must say that as a father of 3 daughters, I'm very happy to be in the minority here. So to talk about Yara, in that sense, we are fully aligned. Also on the need for a level playing field, CBAM is a really essential tool to continue driving up carbon prices in Europe and maintain the level playing field, because we also now see in the current crisis circumstances how dependent Europe has become on imports of fertilizers. But to then add to the debate, I think there is fundamentally one paradox with ETS CBAM reform, and that is there is a missing element, which is a solution for the exports. We operate a seasonal business, so we operate large-scale million-ton factories which operate year-round. They deliver to the Northern Hemisphere, which in our case is mostly Europe. They deliver the rest of the year to the Southern Hemisphere. This is a group of customers which is very price sensitive. It are, after all, farmers, many smallholder farmers. In our case, today our carbon footprint of our products is roughly halved as a result of our decarbonization. But without free allowances, we will see a carbon cost addition of 40% compared to the market price. And that will inevitably lead to European low carbon products being replaced. I'm not here advocating against change to the phase out of free allowances. What I'm advocating here is for a solution for exports, which I think is on one hand important for the European economy, but even more important for the overall effect on climate change.
Thank you very much, Luc. If I can now then turn to Małgosia, from the perspective of the paper industry, how do you see the interaction between these two policies?
We very liked the Commission proposal when we were not included in CBAM, because from our perspective, our industry, we don't see a future the right carbon leakage protection together with CBAM. And our future, we see it with the ETS for the time being. So In our industry, we're quite advanced in our decarbonization journey. Maybe I should explain what we do in the pulp and paper industry, because it's quite similar to what other energy-intensive industries are doing. We're using large amounts of energy to produce heat. This is used to turn pulp, which is essentially water with fibers, into paper, which is 10% of water and then 90% to 99% of fibers. Basically, 70% of all the energy that we use goes into heat generation. So our biggest challenge at the moment is how to decarbonize heat. And we've been quite successful on that journey, with 62% of our energy needs is being met by biomass that is coming from forestry. It's sustainable biomass either from forest management or what we use on site from the paper making or pulp making. And what we saw challenging when we enter into discussions, when we saw the proposals, is how to keep up with all of them at once. So we're not talking only about interface CBAM ETS, but in our case it's also ETS versus energy efficiency, ETS versus renewable energy directive. And it's actually such a shame that the conversation on energy efficiency is happening at the parallel panel. But having an overall view on the impact of what the Fit for 55 means for the industry, it's challenging with all the changes that we see, and also with the changes that we see in geopolitics. I have to admit that being able to provide meaningful feedback at the time when we all discuss the amendments is challenging if the key people in the industry are engaged in making sure that the operations are running. So as much as we are committed to climate neutrality, it's embedded in our industry, and as much as we looked into ways to contribute to 2030 targets, the conversation that we're having now is extremely complicated, and it's far more reaching than just CBAM and the ETS. And I would agree that somehow we're losing the sight of what we're here to achieve, which is decarbonization. So it's not about the amount of allowances, it's not about the price, it's whether we are able, in a cost-effective way, collectively, achieve decarbonization and make sure that the industry is competitive. Because when it comes to our industry, pulp and paper industry is already a global player. We're a price taker. We have European companies that are quite successful already that are being headquartered in Europe. And we would like to keep it this way. Also, after we go through the negotiations and we see the final legislation.
For also, let's say, outlining and bringing also to the table other of the policies interacting. This is a giant puzzle, really, so many pieces fitting together. So great to be able to discuss that in this space. Now, last but not least, Catherine, from the point of view of the aluminum sector, I mean, this is one of the sectors that it's meant to be covered by the carbon border adjustment mechanism, at least the way that things stand by now. So where do you see the sector going as a result of these two policies, the EU ETS and CBAM interacting?
Thank you and good afternoon, and thank you for having me this afternoon to talk about aluminium, CBAM and ETS. This is an interesting kind of cocktail right now, so I'll try to first a little bit describe our industry. It's true that, you know, on this panel you have energy-intensive industry overall, but each of us have a different feature. And aluminium is clearly has a very specific features that I think are important to kind of highlight in order to understand what's our position versus CBAM and ETS, as they're very much linked together, especially for us. So we have, we're kind of seen as a raw material, but it's more than a raw material. As I typically represent a company that's actually not producing any primary aluminium. It's actually recycling aluminium and also transforming. But we do have I would say the chance to have today in Europe still a very active primary part of the value chain. And it goes very downstream until, you know, all semi-fabricated and complete products in aluminium. And some products are actually entirely in aluminium, like wheels or products typically for the automotive industry. So we have this feature. We also a price taker, so meaning there is the London Metal Exchange today that is actually driving the price. So any kind of cost that we incur, we don't have possibility to bring it back to the customer like this. We have the price that we have, and that's the price driven by the London Metal Exchange. So these are the kind of, and finally, also the main feature is really as part of the primary smelter production, it's an electro-intensive part. So everything is about indirect emissions and not so much about direct emissions. And that's really kind of the tricky part, the most tricky part of the link between aluminium and CBAM and ETS is the carbon leakage topic, and how do you protect the industry from carbon leakage when it comes to indirect emissions. The main topic being the fact that if and CBAM is meant to be a decarbonization tool, but also a carbon leakage tool, as far as we understand. And this is where today we don't see how this is going to be effective for the aluminum sector if indirect emissions are included. So in the original document proposal from the Commission, indirect emissions were not included, at least to start with. In the most recent proposals, there are some proposals to include directly, so really immediately after the CBAM is enforced. And here we see a challenge because today smelters, so primary aluminum producers, are actually in the electricity price they pay. It's more than just the carbon cost of what exactly, of the amount of carbon of the electricity they take. It's actually linked to the electricity pricing system with the marginal producer. So we will, if this is implemented, and if at the same time, which is also part of the CBAM and ETS, there is a phasing out of indirect compensation and free allocation, we will be faced where European smelters will be disadvantaged versus imported, even versus some of the most carbon-intensive imported aluminium. So this is our biggest challenge today for the industry.
Excellent, Catherine. Thank you very much. Just to remind you all that we are able to take questions from the audience, from either if you're joining us here in Brussels or online. So as I mentioned earlier, using the hashtag EnerGreenDeal on Slido, selecting session 3A so that I can get them. If you see me on the phone, it's because I'm essentially just checking the questions coming through. So please don't hesitate to ask any questions. Well, in the meantime, I think we have just about 40 minutes for a bit of a discussion. And I think something quite that I would want to address and maybe get a response from our Commission representatives is to understand. So the reason that I believe the export rebates, for instance, since we were talking about it before, were not included in the EU ETS, were essentially to ensure the sensitivity issue of complying with international trade rules and so on. But I believe that for industries that are exposed to, or that are included in CBAM, in order to, for me, I believe, to stay competitive, let's say in an international arena, there's two ways, either through export rebates or ensuring that the rest of the world is also following suit and introducing stringent carbon pricing measures. So I think it would be interesting to hear from the two of you whether you really see these interactions between these two policies really advancing action on global level, and whether this is really the one way where we can ensure that exports from our industries covered are protected by that. So yeah, I don't know if Maria Elena or Bea would want to go first.
Well, you just said it. You can either use export rebates or you can incentivize trade partners to have the same level of ambition. Export rebates not only are against WTO rules, so our international trade engagements, but also have no benefit of not having any behavioral effect, because you are just supporting while the rest of the world can keep doing whatever they wish. Instead, it is exactly when all the Paris Agreement was recognized by so many countries, but we wanted to make sure that there was a real incentive for what we could do, and we wanted to be sure that our climate ambition could be at least be taken seriously by our trade partners, could not be annulled by the fact that it would have been simple to avoid our rules just by establishing in another country. That's what carbon leakage is. That the idea of mirroring the ETS for products that are imported in Europe came up. And this is having the double effect of, on one hand, aligning countries that never went to speak to us before, but that now I see on a regular basis because they are interested in what CBAM is going to be, and they see that they better know it and play with it. And they are thinking to play along, and they are considering whether even to introduce some similar measures to the ones that we have in Europe. So even before entering into force, it's already exercising its effects, and it's putting together like-minded countries. You may have heard of this climate club that is floating around as an idea, but that is a direct effect of the existence of CBAM. And so the best CBAM for us is a CBAM that would kill itself, meaning that it doesn't exist anymore because everybody shares the same level of ambition.
Thank you. Beatriz, anything you'd like to add, maybe?
I mean, you did it very well. So.
Excellent. Any reactions from the panel? Yeah, Luke, please go ahead.
First of all, on the climate clubs, we deliver products to the globe. And the climate club conversation today is still a conversation of the rich world. Also, yes, we should move the rest of the world towards carbon pricing, but it can still be questioned whether that should be a uniform carbon price. Whether the southern hemisphere, all the regions have to pay the same carbon price as in the northern hemisphere. So I think that an adjustment, which is not a full rebate on, and is not voiding all the incentives, let's be clear about that, but an adjustment that manages that difference is absolutely needed. On the WTO argumentation, we can go very technical, but CBAM is a WTO exception as an environmental measure. It's not the classical WTO rule because it are identical products arriving at the border. So in our view, and based on the legal advice that we get, an environmental measure can be properly designed. So we see that opportunity, and we continue to offer that discussion and those insights.
Thank you very much. Lina, and then Catherine. We can make a full round this side.
Thank you. Is my mic on? Yeah. So I think it's important to remember, we hear a lot of fear of increased cost here, and the purpose of the ETS and of the CBAM is not to protect the old industry. It's actually to create an incentive for the old industry to transform, or to create incentives for new industry to grow. So that's a real, I mean, it's not supposed to be cheap. That's the basis of it. And from our perspective, to produce green steel, and I omitted saying that, but of course we will use green hydrogen, and that's why we're located in the northern part of Sweden, because we have an abundance of cheap electricity to produce the hydrogen there. But to produce green steel with hydrogen is a lot more costly than to produce the ordinary grey steel. We will have like a 25% higher cost of our product. And we see a customer demand for this product because it is green, because it has 95% lower CO2 emissions obliged to it. So we see that the customers today, the front runner customers, are inclined to pay that premium for this new product. Of course, that doesn't cover all our production. We still need the ETS and the carbon price to drive the other consumers. But we see a clear interest, and I'm sure that goes for all these industries. So just wanted to clarify.
Maybe some comment on the export. This is a critical also topic for the aluminum industry, and particularly for the downstream part, because we are exporting about 30% of our production in countries that typically do not have ETS or anything similar. And I agree with you, Luc. We actually found with some of our legal experts that there were solutions that could be WTO compatible around actually simply free allocations. So basically mirroring the free allocations with the CBAM V exports. So somehow registering our free allocation depending on how much we would be exporting typically could be one solution. And maybe to come back on Lina's comment on the old industry. So I certainly don't think aluminium is an old industry or any kind of thing, but and it's not about fear, it's about facts, about what's going on, about the fact that this industry is already very low carbon versus anything existing in the world, that we have dumping from China who've been suffering on the downstream part, that the CBAM doesn't actually solve very much today, and which is our most critical problem. So it's a bit, and right now we know that there's been a lot of curtailment of the primary industry due to super high electricity prices. And that's really what we're in today, is really to start on top of that. We are part of the transition towards a greener economy, because we help lightweighting, we have a lot of recycling as well, which is another topic which is another interesting topic. But it's about really moving forward, yes, but with the right tools to make sure that we're still there around and with our low footprint.
Marcosia, would you want to comment?
Maybe I can just support the work that my colleague Bernard has done with a group of as a European association looking into solutions for exports, because we also looked into what the world would look like for our industry if one day we're included in CBAM. And yes, the biggest shortcoming was no solution for exports. So we did this work with lawyers to look into how free allocation can work together with CBAM and how we can find a solution for exports within CBAM. So this is possible. And then, yes, it's quite controversial when you call our industries old school. I mean, from our part, yes, it's a process that has been there forever. But the industry is reinventing itself on and on again. What we see in our industry in pulp and paper is going from the product that we all know, or products that we all know, packaging, hygienic products, toilet paper, to move to replacing fossil fuels and materials, to move to textiles. If you ever see viscose on your label, you know that it's coming from forest. And going to other materials, going to bio-based chemicals. So to decarbonize not only with the direct emissions, but also decarbonize the way that we live. And that's all what it is about, to decarbonize our emissions. And in our sector, it has been overall across the board 36% since 2005, but also continuously reinvent itself to decarbonize other sectors.
So I believe this is really like taking this value chain approach as we have been discussing. Something that, I mean, touching upon the current context, I mean, I believe that particularly in recent months, and especially with Russia's ongoing war on Ukraine, I mean, I think this has had and is having a massive impact on across sectors. So I think it would be interesting to hear from you what the implications are for both the EU emissions trading system and for CBAM in the context that we are navigating, that in no ways we could have essentially foreseen back in July 2021. So who would want to comment on that first?
Shall I?
You can, yes.
Yeah, so first of all, it's all over the press. The Ukraine crisis, the Russian invasion into Ukraine has direct consequences for the European food chain, but most of all for the global food chain. And the World Food Programme, David Beasley, is really on a mission to highlight this risk. But then bringing it again to this topic, it has highlighted how dependent the global food system has become on Russia. For nitrogen products, it's the major exporter, exporting 25% of the nitrogen fertilizer. Belarus and Russia together are responsible for more than 40% of the potash. And that just shows that you need a balanced global system where everybody has its own competitiveness and is part of a global value chain. On the other hand, I don't think CBAM can be the magic solution for it. And there I also agree, CBAM and ETS are not the solution to all the problems. You need the right value chain approach, you need the right premium customers, you need REPowerEU to build up a renewable power supply, which is a fantastic opportunity for our sector. But it just shows that, let's say, old industry, and we are proud that we were founded in 1905, has an important role to play in the economic system.
Thank you very much. Beatriz, you want to come in?
Just to add of what Luke said, that I fully agree. I think that nor CBAM, neither ETS pretends to be the magic ones, but we are important ones. Let's put it like that. I think there are two pillars of the Fit for 55, but Fit for 55 has 13 or 14 proposals, depends on how you count them. So we have a big band of brothers and sisters that they make the Green Deal very powerful, and it's a real mainstream of all the policies. You were mentioning before ETS or energy efficiency. There's no dichotomy, it doesn't exist. If energy efficiency is put in place, ETS prices go lower. More than that, we have proposed the free allocation, a conditionality that 1/4 of the free allocations is depending on these energy audit recommendations on energy efficiency. So they go hand in hand. But just to your question, Anna, I think that the terrible Russian invasion of Ukraine is a reminder that we need to get rid of fossil fuels dependency. And this is what is REPower. This is let's rush up with the decarbonization. Let's also diversify. Let's go for green hydrogen, renewables, energy efficiency, and stronger decarbonization. So a very strong and dramatic, if I could say, call. And we have today our leaders discussing on REPower. There's a European Council yesterday and today. And so a big call that the decarbonization is not a kind of children game of rich countries, that we are having fun on that because we don't know what to do. It's a vital need to go out of this fossil fuel dependency.
Thank you very much, Beatriz. Lina,
yeah.
you want to comment?
Okay, so firstly, I think I need to apologize. I didn't mean to offend anyone, and I realized I've been using the wrong word. Old has nothing to do with age, has nothing to do with this, and I'm certain that we won't manage climate transition without fertilizers or forest products or aluminum or steel. So just to clarify that. However, we need to get rid of the fossil emissions emitting from all our sectors. That's what I need. Then coming to Ukraine, I mean, it's terrible what's happening there. It puts a lot of emphasis on what we really need to do. We need to transform, get rid of the fossil fuel dependency, increase our own security of supply, both when it comes to energy, but also when it comes to all the products that we are doing. And while doing that, I mean, if I look to steel, we have a great dependency from Russia. We see that the decreased imports from Russia has increased the steel prices. This is the perfect time for us to increase the steel production within Europe. And then we should really make it fossil-free. The steel production that takes away the Russian import need should be fossil-free. So this just puts a much stronger emphasis on what we're already doing.
So thank you very much. Any more reactions? Yes, Katarina.
Yeah, on the aluminium side, so there is not a lot of dependency from Russian imports. We kind of a bit learned our lesson to some extent when there was sanctions against Russia in 2018. So suddenly the company Rusal could not, sell anymore, etc. So there was a lot of reflection and a lot of understanding of what was going on. So right now, it's not so much the dependency on Russia. What is going on is that there is also some other influx of new flows of goods. So what is happening is that Russia is selling more to China right now. which in return China will transform it and is bringing it back to Europe. So there is this risk of kind of reshuffling a little bit of the flows, which could impact again the European industry. And the other thing, it creates more uncertainty on pricing, and that's potentially also hindering any kind of investment or especially if you think of our kind of industry, but I guess it's typical of the kind of industry. This is very capital intensive. So if you invest in something new, it's going to take, this is going to be there for a long time, and you don't want to, and you want to make sure that during that time, and you have enough visibility on what's going on your pricing level. So this is creating more uncertainty, and that's also why, to be honest, at this period of time, and it's not about, it's never the good time or whatever, because that's always the good excuse. There's also something coming new and you don't want to change anything, but critically for smelters today, this is really not a great timing to add on top that CBAM and potentially the phase out of free allocation and indirect compensation. So that's really a bit of it adds a little bit more uncertainty on everything.
So do we have any additional reactions, maybe? Yes, Magosha.
So, well, the very first reaction was just paralyzing, to be honest. Some of our companies do have operations in Ukraine and in Russia, and the first thought is how to make sure that we take care of our employees on site. And then once we moved on, this very emotional response, it was clear that the direction of our travel, meaning that investing in energy efficiency and investing in switching more to renewable fuels, also for those that are using natural gas, because across our industry we're using 33% of natural gas, that was the right decision. So betting on renewables and betting on energy efficiency. But then what comes next is actually how to make sure that the package that we have on the table is going to enable us to make it in a way that doesn't risk the competitiveness of our business, or doesn't risk even closing or partially closing the operations. Because for our industry, when you operate 24/7 with skyrocketing natural gas prices, with skyrocketing electricity prices, it's very difficult to think what is going to happen in 2 years, think what is going to happen in 8 years. So the package that we have right now is the answer to make the system more resilient. We saw the ETS functioning, but we also need to make sure that we have clean energy, that is affordable, that we still have the funding for investments in innovation, because as old as the process is, there's always a way to improve. And we've been investing in that for 5 billion euros a year across the industry. So yes, it was a wake-up call that I don't think that any of us needed. But we're moving on, and hopefully that this is going to teach us a lesson that the way that we need to go, it is renewable energy, it is energy efficiency, and it is decarbonization.
Thank you very much, Magosha. We just have about just under 20 minutes of discussion, so make sure to any questions that you would want to address to our speakers. The reminder that we have our Slido using the hashtag EnerGreenDeal, and that you can post your questions there. And in the last just about 10 minutes, we're going to be able to address as many of these questions as possible. In the meantime, I think also if we speak in terms of timing, we already mentioned earlier that we are, I think, in a very interesting time of in negotiations across institutions that either have already begun or are about to begin. And something that I wanted to address with all of you is, and especially to ask, because we have the representatives both, from Digitaxud involved in CBAM, and then Beatriz when it comes to the EU ETS. How are you making sure? How are you going to make sure, essentially, that there are no inconsistencies between the two policies, given how intertwined they are? Let's say, how are you going to make sure in the upcoming trialogues and the upcoming interinstitutional negotiations to make sure that, yeah, I mean, we're using the metaphor of the pieces of the puzzle, but how that, that these two pieces are going to be fitting together.
Well, just the fact that you see us together here can be an indication of the fact that we are closely linked in cooperation all the time. CBAM is there to mirror the ETS, and there will be a cross-fertilization between the two negotiations, which will lead to coherence. And should there be any incoherence, that would be sorted out quite quickly, because it simply cannot work if it is not mirroring exactly in terms of, in particular, phasing in and phasing out of free allocations, what is decided under the ETS.
Just to add, I mean, we go together everywhere. No, but seriously, in the Commission we have there's a collegial approach to the dossiers. So we don't escape that collegial approach, and we don't want to escape it. And also, let's be clear, the two elements that they are now part of the CBAM, because you have the CBAM path, and that the two elements that are part of ETS are the free allocation, phase in, phase out. And then the export rebate, that, as you know, Commission is very clear there, saying if we do export rebate, then it's not WTO compatible, and we don't want a clunky CBAM. We want a solid CBAM, as simple as that. But possibilities of innovation fund or other possibilities are being discussed in the ETS forum. So imagine even that CBAM goes first, because you go very fast, and we go second. The application of CBAM will be with all the elements will be there. So it's impossible that it will be incoherent.
Thank you very much. To our industry representatives here, this is also, I mean, as I said, quite an interesting timing, I believe, in terms of policy making. There's going to be a plenary vote in the European Parliament as early as next week on these policy proposals that will set the position of the European Parliament on this file. So, what are perhaps the main issues that have struck you from what the European Parliament has been discussing, and if you were to be sitting next to them? I mean, I believe you've done your fair share of public affairs, but what's perhaps the one thing that you would really want to be seen in this report? Who would want to begin? Lena, please.
So, okay, as I've been saying, I mean, a fast phase out of the free allowances of the ETS is of utmost importance to us. So the ENVI committee report actually speeding up the proposal from the Commission, that's really important and a really clear and good signal that we welcome, of course. And also that the revision of the benchmarks is to be taking place early.
Catherine?
I'm going to say more or less the contrary, but not exactly, but almost. Yeah. So on our end, it's number one is really delaying, and it's not delaying, it's about proper assessment before we get into including indirect emissions. So really that's the biggest topic for us, is really make sure. And we've launched, so it's going to be, I think, on the news, that we've launched our CRU impact study on CBAM, and really that's the number one lesson from this impact assessment, that the indirect emission is not going to work, the inclusion of indirect emissions is not going to work for the primary smelters. The second topic is, and it's kind of linked to this, because should then indirect emissions be included, then we know there's some proposals to phase out super fast the indirect compensation and the free allocation, and that would, without, again, any kind of proper assessment of what it means based on this first phase of when we don't really implement, but we do all the declaration, etc. That would certainly be an issue if those, especially we know there's some proposals that really phase out directly, so very quickly. And so these are really the two main topics for us. And then there are also some topics on benchmarks as well. And that's more for the recycling, and that's very dear to my heart, because we are actually right now investing in and more recycling. So if you recycle aluminium, you're saving on primary emission a lot. So you're saving 95%. So yes, you emit especially because right now we are not ready to full electrification. So we're still using gas. And so yes, there are emissions at this level, but on the other hand, you're saving so much on what we call scope 3, so what we buy, instead of buying slabs from especially from outside of Europe, primary smelters. And today, benchmarks for the recycling part, there's no specific benchmark defined. We are in the fallback situation, so technically speaking, we're as any kind of heating industry. And those benchmarks are impossible to meet right now for our industry, which means that the quantity of allocations just by this mechanism on the ETS strictly will basically decrease our free allocation without even, I'm not even talking about the CBAM, it's really about ETS right now. There's going to be reduced 50% already. And at the moment where a lot of our peers are investing, and it means that there's a huge uncertainty on the cost. And the price, again, we're price takers, so there's nothing we can do about the price.
Magosha, look, I don't know if you wanted to.
Many savvy customers who want to pay more for lower CO2. So I don't know, we may not have the same.
Lena, you want to have a quick follow-up comment?
I need to know the names of your customers that are looking for this.
You wanted to have a quick follow-up comment, Lena?
Yeah, I just wanted to the phrasing of we're arguing for a super fast phase-out. I mean, we've had the ETS system since 2005, and we're arguing for a phase-out by 2030. So it's 25 years. That's not super fast. And also, I would like to say, another steel company in Sweden, the largest emitter of CO2 in Sweden, they have actually committed to have a fully fossil-free production by 2030. So it's possible. It's not my company, it's our competitor. But I mean, the need for free allowances.
If you're electrified, this relies on the electricity. This is the case of the
we will use 10 terawatt hours electricity.
Which incentives would be needed for that to happen realistically? What are the incentives that would be needed for the carbonization phase out of EU allowances by 2030 or 2036? Let's just also add the Commission framework for this to happen realistically. What's needed in practice for that to happen?
If I may, so at least on our end, the incentive is so on the smelter side, there are some technology to reduce at least the direct emissions. Then the indirect emissions are linked to the electricity grid or electricity. So yeah, you can do PPAs, etc. But it's a massive amount of electricity. So, and we shouldn't forget that those smelters are also able to help the management of the grid because they can kind of stop using for a while and then coming back. So they're also useful for this, and they've been useful for like this. On the recycling, so there is the technology and there's some good tools where but for that we would need those smelters to be still there. So that's number one. And for the recycling, it's about really realizing how much savings we can make by investment in recycling. So this is there's a need to massively invest in recycling in aluminium, and there's a need to make sure that the scrap is there. So one topic typically for Europe is deposit. If we had more deposits throughout Europe, we would collect much more cans typically, and we would be able to inject those cans back in our furnaces like we do in our French site, where it directly goes from the end-of-life can directly back to the can. And that's a very important part also of the policy we hope to, and that we know it's a member state by member state topic, but still it's going to be a very important part.
I think when talking about the incentives, I believe, something that comes to our mind, I believe, when we talk about industry specifically, is the role of the innovation fund. And of course, a higher carbon price in practice will also mean a higher pot from the EU's innovation fund. So I'm curious to hear from you, how do you see its role? Look, I see you're very eager to respond to that.
Maybe also to answer the previous question and link it to this question, it's about figuring out how we now turn Repower EU targets into reality and into a more complete policy program. If we decarbonize our industry, we are basically electrifying to renewable electricity. despite what innovation says, and I've been 7 years head of innovation in Yara, you can't get beyond the laws of physics. So electrification in our case means 20% more energy consumption, which comes on top of the current difference of the gas versus electricity price. So that conversion and making that competitive needs a whole set of policy measures, which we welcome. I mean, if we get them in time, we absolutely want to make that transition. And we also need to work with the whole food chain on creating demand for renewable products. But simply funding one electrolyzer, yes, we are very grateful, and we get that funding from the Norwegian state for our Norwegian plant. That helps, but it's not making the difference. It's not getting beyond those fundamentals of cost and economics and physics.
Excellent. Małgosia, would you like to add something?
I'm not sure where to start right now. No, because when it comes to the vote itself, I think that there was one specific to our industry positive surprise and one negative surprise, if I were to limit myself. It was on biomass issue. So the issue of excluding from the ETS some of the installations that are running 95% on biomass. That was quite critical to our industry, in which we already have some of the pulp mills. So the ones that are providing the fiber to the process later, they are already carbon neutral or close to being carbon neutral. And then the investments that you make on the paper production side, they would be basically cut off one from their main decarbonization pathway. So that was quite positive, what we saw in the ENVI proposal for the plenary vote next week. What was negative is the idea of including our industry in CBAM by 2030. This is something that we didn't expect and we didn't want to see happening. But when it comes to incentives, I think that it goes back also to the ecosystem of legislation in which we operate. Because we are in the specific position that we don't need very high temperatures in our processes. We're talking about low to medium, 200 degrees, maybe 400 degrees in some processes, which means that there is a quite variety of different decarbonization pathways, going from electrification, which would be beneficial in some places, especially when you can take part in a flexibility mechanism. That's one of the ways to decarbonize and provide flexibility to the grid. There are going to be places where you're going to invest more in biogas and biomethane, which when you use high efficiency CHP, and you can decarbonize district heating in the nearby city. For example, in Poland last month, I visited a mill, my second mill after the pandemic, which not only produces materials that are decarbonized by itself, bio-based, but also provides decarbonization in the nearby city, where they don't need to invest in a bigger capacity or running on coal for their district heating. So I think what we're missing in this conversation is really sometimes we struggle with how diverse our sectors are while being put in the same pot. Because even in when we sit here at the panel, we see that there are different decarbonization pathways, and there are going to be different incentives or different solutions that would help us to deliver better. And I think that we need to be mindful of that. There's no one solution that fits all. It's a cliche, but and this is why we also don't believe that CBAM would be a solution for us before 2030.
Thank you very much, Małgosia. I would be very compelled on asking you a little bit more on the reasoning behind that. But I was very annoying with people asking questions on Slido. We got a few questions on Slido, so I would want to make use of these few minutes to shoot a few of them. So. The first one is, we've been talking a lot about and especially in specific sectors, and the role and the need for really having the clean energy and clean electricity to decarbonize this value chain. So I have a question on power purchase agreements, and the question on how do you see PPAs, the role of PPAs to decarbonize EU industries? I leave the question to whoever wants to take it. I could take, okay, we can get two reactions then. So Małgosia first.
It's one of the solutions. So it's one of the solutions that helps the companies to make sure that they have this visibility of the price and they have the visibility of how much renewable electricity they are going to get. But power purchase agreements in our industry, we're looking not only into electricity, but in some places in biogas, biomethane agreements. And earlier today in the morning, we were discussing also the possibility for heat, in order to be able to, for instance, not only us delivering heat to other industrial sites, but being able to buy renewable heat from other producers. So it is a tool that hedges a little bit the uncertainty.
Lina?
Yes, so for us, we use huge amounts of electricity. For our first phase, 2.5 million tons of steel produced, we use 10 terawatt hours. So the indirect effect that you're talking about is really substantial for us. However, we locate our first plant up in the northern part of Sweden where we have an abundance of renewable electricity. So we don't see the pass-through. And I see that the more renewables we get in the system as a total, the indirect effect will decrease over time. I totally agree that it's a problem right now. But for us, PPAs is one way of ensuring that we keep adding more new renewables to the system, which is of course necessary. Even though we have an oversupply in Sweden and in the northern part today, we will take out a lot of that, so we need to increase the supply. So we buy PPAs, of course. But it's also important, another piece of legislation that we haven't discussed here is the update of the RED directive and the delegated act. So for us, it's super important that we can produce green hydrogen and for that use green electricity, and we are doing that. And the new proposal that is now out for consultation is actually saying that it's okay to use the electricity that is already in place in a bidding zone, in a grid zone, as long as it's more than 90% renewables in the zone, which is the case where we are at. So that's a really important change from the last act.
If I can move to another question. We have another person asking, what are your views on Repower EU, and in particular, because Repower EU, we know it's some a few hundred pages, so they're going to ask on that. But specifically on tapping into the EU ETS's market stability reserve to help fund Repower EU, and does it set a dangerous precedent for the market? I believe the question is not addressed to anyone in particular, but maybe Beatriz would want to say a few words on that and the reasoning behind this decision.
Yeah, well, I can clearly say that has been an exceptional proposal on exceptional times. So we are in the times of war. We are in the times the Repower is an answer of this urgency to get rid of the 100 billion cubic meters of Russian gas and fossil fuels. So how can we accelerate that? And this is what we have put on the table: more diversification, more renewables, more energy efficiency, more green hydrogen, and a clear need for investment on that. So we were looking for which creative ideas we can have on this investment, considering the exceptional situation we are having. So we know that there have been voices that we are a little bit intervening in the market in a way, and let me be clear, the around 20 billion euro that we are talking about is more or less 250 million allowances, and we propose to do this in certain years. So it's not one-shot radical measure, it will be done in certain years. The effect will depend on the speed of reduction of emissions, and it will be absorbed also. The MSR will be doing their work. So we don't see this upside down the market at all. What we are thinking is that it is on purpose, clear measure on very exceptional circumstances.
So thank you very much. I'm not sure if we have any other reactions to this question on the use of the market stability reserve for Repower EU.
Of course, we've seen a decrease in the prices, which is of course unfortunate from our perspective, but we totally see also the exceptional need for this, and we see that in the future this will balance out. Yeah.
Maybe I can.
Yes, of course.
When we saw the proposals last year for market stability reserve and keeping this higher intake rate up to 2030, already back then we felt that it was an exceptional situation with the post-pandemic recovery. Then we already saw the increasing energy prices, and in our opinion, keeping the intake rate at the 12% level was one of the ways to ensure that the industry has the ability to invest in innovation, has the ability to switch to other fuels. And this is why it was a little bit surprising to see the MSR proposal in this shape, to make sure that we bring back the allowances to the market in order to collect money for the investments in innovation. So it felt a little bit counterintuitive, and also that we saw on the market that immediately how important the market stability reserve is for the market, and those announcements are, with price immediately jumping below, up to 10% almost.
Thank you very much. It's 4 o'clock, which means that that's all the time we have for this panel discussion. But before we wrap up, if I can get a big round of applause for our panel, because it's been a very exciting discussion, I believe. Thank you very much to all of you for having joined us in this panel at the EnerGreenDeal conference. To all of you, thank you very much for your questions and your active participation. And we are going to be back shortly here for a plenary session on the EU's electricity market design. So thanks a lot to all of you. right, so if I can kindly ask everyone to take a seat so that we can kick off our upcoming session. Thank you. Well, I mean, time is of the essence, so we're just going to be kicking in with our discussion today. So good afternoon to everyone once again, and welcome to this plenary session under the second EnerGreenDeal conference organized by Business Bridge. My name is Ana Gumbau. I'll be your moderator for this session. I'm a climate and energy correspondent. And I'm just gonna, I'm not gonna dwell too much into, big presentations on the topic, because we only have 50 minutes ahead of us, and in what I believe is gonna be a very interesting discussion. The title of this session deals with electricity markets. Is which market designed to ensure an affordable energy transition? EU energy markets, EU electricity markets in particular, have been on the spotlight, particularly in the recent months as a result of the gas price crisis that has had a spillover effect in electricity prices all over. Wrong slide. But anyway, we're going to see our speakers introduced shortly. We're seeing several measures tackled both at EU level and at national level to address this energy prices. But a question that a lot of us have been discussing is to which extent, on the one hand, our electricity market design is fit to cope with this short-term crisis, but also what about the long-term objectives? Does it support our long-term price signals and decarbonization objectives? So we're going to be discussing this afternoon this very same topic with our speakers joining us in this plenary session. So by order, we have Morten Helveg Petersen. He's a member of the European Parliament with the Industry, Energy and Research Committee. So thank you very much for being with us. We also have with us Christoph Lessenich, Head of Unit at the European Commission's Directorate General for Energy. Manuel Barrito, Senior Economist for Energy at the European Investment Bank. Then Peter Fermat, Secretary General at EU DSO Entity. And Anton Steen, Vice President of Public Affairs at Fortum. And also joining us online is Gerald Candler, Chair of the System Development Committee at ENSO-E. So to kick off the discussion, I would like to start with Mr. Petersen. Mr. Petersen, if we look at the EU's energy markets and the EU electricity market design, what do you think is needed from it to increase the share of offshore renewables in our power system, given that this is something that you've been very much involved with?
Well, I'd say obviously, given the needed ramp up in scale, given what we need to roll out on the various sea basins, we obviously have to ensure that conditions are most favorable in order to ensure that this take up. So for sure, it's an ongoing discussion and on market design issues, to which extent that we cater to this, and more specifically this issue of hybrids and how to take into account hybrids. Whether the existing paradigm, so to speak, on derogations is satisfactory given the ramp-up needed. And that would be, I think, a very big question. I would be very happy to discuss this today with all of you, because talking to stakeholders in industry, you get a lot of different opinions on this. So and I think the jury is still out. So I'm also very curious to have the take from audience and the panel on this. But for sure, this is a very big thing. Now, secondly, I'd also say, given all the turbulence in markets, energy prices spiking, the political sensitivities, and also the various approaches taken by governments all over Europe, also is really something that gives food for thought. Because my worry is whether we, from a political perspective, are trying to regulate, say, too much, given the benefits that we already obtain from deregulating markets. We have to be very careful not to step in and be too prescriptive in policy measures, although I fully acknowledge all the various sensitivities in markets out there. So I'd say from a traditional, classic, liberal point of view, hands away, make sure that markets actually are working, do not regulate too heavily, throwing away all the benefits that we really have obtained historically from deregulating. And then specifically hybrid issues, how to take into account this when seeing the ramp up needed offshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. Before we move to our next speaker, just a kind reminder that we're going to have time for questions. I didn't mention earlier, but as usual, you know the drill at this stage. You can ask your question via Slido using the hashtag EnerGreenDeal to indicate, you have to indicate the session 4, the session we are at the moment, and we should hopefully have some time to address these questions. Now, back to the panel. Christoph Lesny with the European Commission. I think it would be interesting to hear from you. To which extent is the Repower EU that was presented recently addressing or suggesting any changes at all to the EU's electricity market design? And if yes or if no, then what was the reasoning behind these decisions?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, thank you very much. Indeed, so the Repower EU package also contains a communication on market issues. I think it's a communication which addresses two aspects, and I think it's important to keep these two aspects a bit distinct. One is the sort of immediate types of interventions that many national governments are looking at in this sort of high crisis time over the next, say, couple of months. And then the second question is the more mid to long-term market design question, which is precisely about having the right setup for the green transition and for the rising shares of renewables which are coming. It's perhaps not surprising that when prices are as high as they are at the moment, there is a discussion about market design. And that discussion has led to the Commission asking ACER, so the body which coordinates all the energy regulators, to come up with an assessment of the functioning of the internal energy market. I think it's fair to summarize ACER's conclusion as saying the fundamentals work well, but there are things to be adjusted. The Commission's communication basically picks up on that. It doesn't limit itself to what ACER has suggested as possible improvements, but it does look at sort of possible evolutions of market design going forward. And I would perhaps point to three important topics. One is the issue of long-term contracts, which is not so deeply covered in our existing energy market legislation. But of course, with the very high fluctuations of prices that we have seen, we see benefits in developing long-term markets to a much stronger extent. The second issue is hedging, very important, hedging against price risk. This has something to do with how suppliers behave in the market, how various market participants prepare for price spikes like we are seeing now. And then the third aspect, and that is obviously very crucial to the political discussion at the moment. I mean, there is a European Council about to finish. I'm sure you're all checking on your phones to see the conclusions. It's not unlikely that there will also be conclusions on market design. I don't know yet what they are, so I won't talk to you about them. But the big political interest, and that's the third aspect, is of course about price implications for consumers and company and for the European economy. So do go and look at the communication. I think there are some interesting aspects in there, and it sketches out a bit the possible way forward, all now under the question mark of what the European Council is going to make of it, or will have made of it.
Excellent. I have to admit that I'm slightly tempted to check now where are the latest news, but I'm going to stop the urge, so to say. But looking forward to the upcoming discussion also on that. Now, moving to our next speaker, Manuel Barrito with the European Investment Bank. I think probably when we talk about the long-term, let's say, fate of the EU's electricity market, is this need for long-term price signals and investment. So I think it would be very interesting to hear from you. How can the EU mobilize investment to decarbonize its power systems, and what is the role of the market design as it currently stands in doing so?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. I will take an EIB perspective looking at the investment question mainly. Just as a reminder, under the Fit for 55, the investment needs in the energy sector were around 400 billion euros per year, which is 2 times what we have invested in the previous decade. And now with REPowerEU, we add another 40 or 50 billion euros per year in the next decade. So we are talking about massive investment. So the question of how the money will come from, and first of all, where the investment will be done, is extremely important. The EIB is the EU Climate Bank. We repeat this quite often. And in the energy sector, we have financed last year around 14 billion euros, energy efficiency and renewables mainly. So between 14 and 450 or so, there is a huge need to attract investment. So traditional utilities players, of course, will invest. But I think it's fair to say that the balance sheet financing from these utilities will not be sufficient. So we need to attract other sources of capital and investment. And what we see in the renewable sector is that we do this under project finance. And for project finance, what is critical is the predictability of revenues. This is critical to attract, to make money available, and to keep financing costs as low as possible. So this predictability of revenues is critical. This does not mean that we cannot use investment signals provided by markets. And here I would like to illustrate this with 2 examples. The first one is solar PV. Solar PV, as we all know, there is this cannibalization effect, declining of captured price over time, which is an issue when we try to appraise projects, because after 2030, when you have a lot of renewables in the system, you see that the revenues, market revenues of solar PV are lower, much lower than the average price. And so, of course, depending on the pace of deployment of solar PV, you can end up with very different scenarios. We also see that solar PV can be developed with PPAs, but PPAs are costly. I mean, the discount that you need to give as a promoter in order to be able to sign a PPA is quite substantial, 5–10 euros per megawatt hour on average. So this means that PPA is a costly form of hedging. And it's a partial hedge of the revenues, because after the end of the PPA, your project will be exposed to market price risk and this captured price risk. And very often PPAs only hedge only a part of the generation of projects. So there is a need to find a balance, if you want, between the market price signals, and I think markets are very important to tell where and what technology to choose and where to invest, and providing this predictability of revenues in order to attract financing at low cost. The second example I wanted to take is the flexibility, storage, demand response. Here again, market design plays a very important role to attract investment and to tell if you provide capacity on capacity remuneration mechanisms where they exist, flexibility, ancillary services, and maybe in some cases price arbitrage as well. So markets are needed to provide investment signals. And in the end, I think what is very important from an EIB perspective is, and in order to attract financing at the scale that we need, hundreds of billions of euros every year, we need to find the right balance and strike a balance between using market signals to guide investment, while at the same time providing the predictability of revenues in a form of hybrid or blending between private incentives and public intervention.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Now, Mr. Vermaat, with the EU DSO entity, I'm very interested to hear from you. What do you see as the main shortcomings, if any, of the EU's electricity market design as it currently stands?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting DSO entity. And the question you're asking, looking at it from the DSO perspective, has very different elements to look at. As you know, we maintain and operate the grids on the low and medium voltage to connect consumers and companies. And if I look at the various elements, you could think of the free market as such, small, supply and demand, but also regulation where needed, it was mentioned already, and just investing in the grid as a facilitator of the market to function. And for us, from the DSO perspective, the latter two are the key elements that we look at. So on the one hand, we have the task to distribute energy, but also try to let markets function in the way that we make use of market power to drive energy transition. And if you look at shortcomings, I'm not, let's say, from a pessimistic view, I see it more like challenges, right? So we need to anticipate the changes in the new energy system. It was mentioned before. And for us at the DSO level, it's important that we realize that 70% of renewables, probably as we see it now, will be connected to the distribution grid. So we need to facilitate that. But in order to do that, we also need to anticipate that the one-way system, we know, will change into a two-way system, right? So consumers taking different positions, not only using, but also producing energy and deliver flexibility. So if you look at the challenges that we need to anticipate and then translate into market mechanisms, there is the variability of supply. There is the task to maintain the grid stable and safely. And we need to, you mentioned it, I think, we need to invest. DSOs think we need to invest 400 billion euros up to 2030. So we also need to find tariffs that allocate those costs adequately and design and incentivize the right behavior. So we need to do that with TSOs together. So I'm happy to listen to Gerhard Chandler in a while. But I think in sum that DSOs are happy to facilitate markets to function. And we need to cooperate with the various parties to design the functioning of the markets. Let's try to design tariffs that unlock the power of consumer, right? If we can really unlock the value and the variability of flexibility, for instance, we unlock the power of consumer to drive energy transition. So it's more general remarks than very specific shortcomings, but I'm happy to take further questions later on.
Thank you very much, Peter. Now, if I move to Anton Steen with Fortum. From Fortum's point of view, what do you think is needed from the EU's power market design to achieve its own decarbonization targets?
Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me. Fortum is the third largest CO2-free power producer in Europe. At the core of our strategy going forward is really to decarbonize our own assets, to be completely carbon neutral in our European operations by 2035, and then also to enable decarbonization in hard-to-abate sectors by providing fossil-free power and also hydrogen. And to achieve this, we need a supporting market design. And I think it was really welcome in the communication from the Commission that you opened up on these long-term changes that might be needed to reach these ambitious decarbonization targets we have. Just to put the challenge into perspective, talking a little bit from a Nordic perspective, but I think the challenge is even greater from a European perspective. What we're talking about now, when we're just adding up the electrification projects we have in the Nordics, both direct electrification and indirect electrification through hydrogen, is really going from 400 terawatt hours today to 800 terawatt hours in just over 20 years. In Sweden, that means going from 140 to 280, 300, 350 terawatt hours in just 20 to 25 years. That means doubling the investment that we made for individual years historically in the 70s and 80s when we built nuclear in Sweden, or now the last couple of years when we added a lot of onshore wind. Double that and do it every year for 25 years consistently. That's the challenge. And I think we should really protect and keep the really short-term effective markets we have today, but looking ahead and what we need to complement these markets with some long-term forecastability and long-term mechanisms to support investments. We call it an investment framework. Is really something that we think is needed. This double-sided CFD mechanism that the Commission opened up for, I think looks quite promising and could be something we could look into more in depth. But the long-term price signals is really what we are missing today to create this predictability to reach these investments. And we need investments in multiple different assets. We usually talk about what we call a dinner plate model, having 1/3 of variable renewables, having 1/3 of firm dispatchable power, could be firm renewables with hydrogen or nuclear or bioenergy, and 1/3 of flexibility with short-term storage, hydropower that could ramp up and down. This kind of healthy power mix and a market design that supports investments in all time frames for all of these system needs is needed. So I can open up a little bit more about what could be, in practical terms, be done, but I think that's the challenge we have ahead.
Indeed, we can get to it, I believe, in the discussion. Now, last but not least, I'm delighted to introduce Gerald Kendler from ENSO-E. We've been briefly discussing already a little bit what are the level of investments needed across in our power sector, but I believe it would be interesting to understand a little bit more on what are the estimates on what's needed on transmission systems in particular, and how can the EU's power market design contribute to it.
Thank you, Anna. First of all, thank you for allowing me to join online. And I'm representing ENSO-E from a system planning perspective, so I will start with the long-term future a little bit. Our objective should be to design a system of systems that makes best use of all that players can offer. And here electricity is key, because electricity is first highly efficient, in line with the efficiency first principle. Electricity can be produced in mass quantities in renewables, and in addition, it can reduce import dependency, which is also a big plus. Now, we also have some challenges. First challenge is flexibility. Peter mentioned this. And the second challenge is to bring the electricity to the customers, which is the DSO's job, also the TSO's jobs, and of course, we need insufficient renewables that are being built. And if you come from that, you already see the challenges for the market design. I think Peter and Anton both stated we need long-term investment signals, because we have to ramp up. We have to ramp up the investments into renewables, also into the transmission grid. The TYNDP 2020, which is the last 10-year network development plan, showed investments of 150 billion euros for the next 10 years. And please keep in mind, the TYNDP 2022 is to come up this summer, and the number will be higher because we are looking at a much higher rate of decarbonization and much more renewables. So it will be a lot of money needed for the transmission. And I believe it will be a lot of money for the distribution and also for digitalization to actually make the markets happen. And here in this plenum, we are only operators and no suppliers. Please keep in mind that the suppliers have to ramp up their production facilities to actually produce the things that we need. So this signal should be so strong that even they can see it. To sum up here, we need signals for long-term investments that are really strong so all the different players can do the investments. We need signals for an efficient system, so we are going to need hydrogen, the only known long-term storage. Also for all the flexibilities that are in the distribution grid, power to heat, electric vehicles. And here we need an efficient system of systems, so they're all integrated in one system that actually works efficiently and that we don't have too many conversion losses. And this new market design must facilitate that the new actors can actually contribute, and especially, I think, key of the most important thing is flexibility and efficient market design for flexibility, because flexibility will win or lose the game. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerald, and thanks to all of you for bringing, I believe, many important ideas to the table. I mean, I think we've been seeing indeed, like what's kind of the state of play, so to say, on the EU power market design, on some of the challenges, also in terms of indeed like long-term price signals, to the investments needed on both on renewables and flexibility and so on. And given in the context that we are currently at the moment, that we have a massive deal of reforms across our energy and climate policies and so on. I mean, I'm interested to hear from you. Let's say, how do we go about this? How do we address this? Like, is it time to open the box, really, of some reforms or some changes to the EU's electricity market design? Or with the legislation that is already under revision, there are some ways to address some of these challenges, for instance, as Peter mentioned, rather than perhaps shortcomings. But is there a way in the current, within the current scope of reforms that we are seeing in our policy agenda to address some of these shortcomings, instead of just again, opening the box, so to say? Who would like to kick in?
Well, sure. So I was trying to allude to this issue of hybrids, because, I mean, this is, as far as I can tell, an issue, given that in order to ensure exactly predictability, which was mentioned several times, numerous times, which is fully understandable and an obvious thing to have, that my worry is that if we do not get this right, would we then see the ramp up needed in order to generate all this green electricity that we would need for many purposes. So, and again, I hear opposing views on this, depending on whom you talk to. So I think this is a key question, clearly acknowledging what was mentioned from the Commission side, that within the Repower EU, you already have some thoughts on some of these issues on market design. So I get back to this hybrid issue, given that we need to produce so much green electricity, be it offshore, onshore, PV, what have you. Is the current framework, does that incentivize to the extent that we want to incentivize developers? And then we get into this TSO discussion on congestion income and balancing these issues. So I think there's a case to be made to reevaluate the current scheme. Adding to this, we also need to implement, because that is also one of the key findings from the ACER market reports, by the way, saying that, or rather urging us to implement what was already decided and ensure that member states implement what we already legislated upon. So it's a balance between these two considerations.
Thank you very much. Anton, I believe you wanted to react as well?
Yeah, just building on what Morten's saying there, I think we have to recognize that these are genuinely hard and difficult issues. Market design, electricity market design is perhaps the most complicated market. We have combining multiple layers of legal, physical, economical aspects. So getting this right is tricky, and respecting that and really putting a lot of time into impact assessments and really getting this right, because if we don't, the consequences are quite high. Just building upon what we have today and what needs to be complemented, I think we need to recognize that the success of the current market is quite obvious, and it's been serving us really well. But we also need to recognize that the target model we're operating under was created in a different era, under different circumstances, in an era where we had in regulated markets build a lot of capacity. A lot of countries, including the Nordic region, had overcapacity. We deregulated, and we've been living quite well with that overcapacity, and we've been optimizing that for a number of years, 30 years, and we've been able to focus on optimal dispatch, how we run the power plants we already have online. And we've been getting away with this kind of the lack of long-term price signals because we've had this oversupply. Now we're starting to see the consequences of some years of underinvestments. So I think with the Fit for 55 package, with the Renewables Directive, renewables really seem to be on track. PPAs are delivering, at least in the Nordic region, they are really coming online. And I think what we need to think about more is catering to the complete system needs with also the firm capacity that is needed and the flexibility and storage parts and the grids in a combined package. Because to consumers, what really matters in the end is the total system cost, including everything, not the kind of cost per kilowatt hour. That's less relevant. So having a supportive market design that really is designed to deliver the lower system cost, including grids, I think should be key.
Thanks a lot. I believe, yeah, so I see Gerald's hand raised from our screen, so you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I think, first of all, it's always good to work on what we have. I think what is already in place worked quite well in the past, and every time you make a disruption, you lose time. And time is something that is very scarce right now. In addition, I think my first priority would be long-term investment signals. And I'm talking here across the board from renewable via transmission to distribution so that we can do the investment. I don't think we have the problem of overinvestment. We lag behind in all areas, and whenever we speed up, we win. I mean, we showed that all renewable generation is always much cheaper, the energy produced, than by the very expensive fossil fuels today. We show that every euro we spend into transmission projects gives positive socio-economic values, so welfare values. So we should speed up, and strong investment signals are really the key.
So thank you very much. Manuel wanted to react, then go to Peter. And
I agree with what was just said. I mean, not only the investment needs are massive, but they are also urgent if we want to meet 2030. And discussing and reopening market design can take years. As we saw in many cases, I spent 6 years of my career working on market design in a previous life. And I even wrote a book on the topic. And so I think it can be very, very long to discuss and reopen this. And we don't have time. If we want to meet the 2030 targets, we don't have time. So better build on what we have. And I think we already have most of the building blocks, maybe not everywhere, maybe not in every single country, but the building blocks are here. The CFDs are not new. We have capacity remuneration mechanisms. We have been discussing this for a while. So I think this can help to build on what we have. Taking a bit broader perspective, the market design discussion in the EU is very much focusing on the wholesale market. But the big market in terms of investment is a renewable market. And for that, we still have very much national markets. So this may be something that we want to consider.
Thank you very much. Peter.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on what was said already on the long-term investments, which I think indeed is a shared vision among the panel, among a lot of people. But picking up on that and looking at how to facilitate markets to work, I would like to point at an issue that I've not heard so very often till now, but we should realize that coming from a world where variable cost and fixed cost were in a certain distribution between each other, we are moving to an energy system that has a much larger fixed base in cost and a much lower variable part from the renewable sources. And I was curious, perhaps from a more economic point of view, whether you could elaborate on that, because it will also mean that we need to think about different systems to incentivize the required behavior. Because in a system with a very high proportion of fixed cost,
it is not so easy to incentivize. So would you have any view on that? I was just curious. Yeah, from an economist perspective, but but I think it's important also for the Commission that we are realizing that we are changing the pattern of the cost.
Would you want to react, Christoph?
Yes, I wanted to react, and two, I also wanted to ask you to answer a bit your original question, which is to what extent should we be working on the basis of the existing system, or to what extent should we change it? I think it's very difficult to answer that question in the abstract. I think we need to basically answer it issue by issue. There are probably, I think when we look at the detail, it appears to us that there are some issues which are quite, which can be quite well addressed within the existing legislative framework. It needs probably an exchange of good practice. It needs an exchange of experiences between member states on certain things, because we have seen some member states taking certain steps with good experiences, others with not so good experiences. So there are issues which I think are best addressed at that level. But I think we will also encounter issues which are not so easy to address under the existing legal framework. And I think for those, we will then need to decide whether to propose any changes for that. And on the specific question of the investment signals, I think investments are kind of emerging a bit as a horizontal issue. And of course, I think that's a very important perspective on market design. And I think at the moment in the political discussion, one almost has a bit the impression as if it is not kind of the most dominant issue, because of course the political debate is very much driven also by the short-term effects on the side of the people who need to pay their energy bills, and that is the important perspective at the moment. Its impact on inflation. I mean, this is a very, very significant challenge for European consumers, European companies. But of course, there is a balance to be had, because on the other hand, this is a moment where we need massive investments at various levels on various time frames, some which require long-term investment perspectives, and without all these private investments, I think it will be very, very challenging to meet the objectives of our ambitious decarbonization agenda.
We have a bunch of questions on Slido and just about 10 minutes left. So we're going to do our best to address the questions from the audience in the time that we have. So we have a first question on let's say, well, the question reads, since we need price stability and investment certainty, shouldn't we focus more on long-term contracts and prosumerism instead of spot market pricing? Who would want to take that question? Anton?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly correct, and I think that's a very good reason to think about how we can complement, not replace, but develop and complement the current markets that we have. If we look at the investments we need going forward, all of the technologies we talk about, whether it's solar, wind, nuclear, hydrogen, what do they have in common? They're very high in capital expenditure and quite low in operational expenditure. So having a developed market that really puts pressure where it matters on capex and it kind of what we have today is a lot about competing in the market, and what perhaps we need to think about how we can add is how to compete for the market. The threshold to get inside the market when the capex expenditure is very high becomes very high. So I think the question is just right, and I think what we should avoid here, I think the tendency to talk about short-term interventions here and now is very much understandable. I mean, we have a lot of consumers, a lot of industries that are really struggling here and now with really high power prices, and that's totally understandable that we also tend to focus on short-term measures. But as Didrik Samson said before lunch, I think the only sustainable way out of this situation is to add enough clean power and cheap power capacity to get it online to get us out of this. And therefore, our long-term market reforms also need to be incorporated into our short-term discussion and the short-term solutions.
Any more reactions from the panel? Please, Mr. Peterson. And
adding to what Anton is saying, I think we also need to, to further, say, encourage this entire cross-border dimension, because, again, looking at Europe as a whole hardly makes any sense in terms of electricity, at least. I mean, we clearly haven't done that right yet in terms of ensuring freely flowing electricity also cross-border, because that's not only a matter of adding more capacity. For sure we need to do so, but it's also upholding and ensuring that we actually implement what we want to implement. And again, coming back to various ACER market reports and studies showing the congestions at borders, we have an issue here in order to ensure free flow also on the long term.
Thank you very much. Christoph, you wanted to follow up?
No, just very briefly. I mean, I think what was said about long-term markets in the comment, I think it's a very valid comment, and investments require long-term price signals, and I think we are seeing more and more in the current crisis that consumers are also looking for long-term stable prices. So there is probably some convergence there, and it certainly requires a stronger focus on long-term markets. Now, of course, the practical side of this, how does one ensure that long-term markets develop? That is an entirely different ballgame. And we have seen various attempts at that. You know, people can be obliged to sell electricity long-term. People can be encouraged to sell it long-term. I mean, there is various ways how you get there, but the importance, I think, is beyond doubt.
Excellent. We have another question on, the question says, how can we best decouple the gas and electricity markets? Is that something that we should also consider, if I can rephrase the question, the decoupling? This is something that some EU member states have been looking into. So I'd be very interested in hearing your take on that, if anybody would want to take the question. No one's venturing?
Oh, but that is really a big issue. I mean, it's a big question, and what will be consequences of this? Again, coming back to the point that we have been deregulating over decades, which has served us well. So I'm not the one to propose to just throw it all away with decoupling in a matter of a few milliseconds. That's really a radical change of approach. I'm not saying we should debate this, but just going in and legislating like this would be rather courageous, to put it mildly.
Definitely.
Maybe one
Mm-hmm.
word on that. I think the ACER report, if you read it, starts, the first sentence is that this crisis is not an electricity market design crisis, this is a gas crisis. So I don't know if we need to decouple the two. Ultimately, you need to reflect cost of different power generation technologies, but this is mainly, for me, a gas crisis at this stage.
Thank you very much. I have another question, and this one is addressed specifically, I believe, for both Peter and Gerald. The question says, how can DSOs and TSOs promote flexibility instead of requiring more grid investment in power lines? Another question from the audience.
I'm not sure whether Georg would like to go first, or... No, I don't say, okay.
Well, if you can go ahead.
Yeah, so if I understand the question correctly, it is about how DSOs from their grid operation can facilitate and stimulate flexibility to be used. And I think it's a combination of various elements, right? So on the one hand, we should enable the grids to facilitate the two-way data that is necessary to put value and prices according to stimulate the exchange of energy, right? So if we find a way to introduce the value of flexibility into the tariffs, it will create a market. But we should look into a way that it generates enough liquidity, because if the market is too thin, as an economist you will know that, it doesn't work. So we need to find a way to introduce the value and then stimulate people to participate. Especially I think there is room for improvement there on the consumer side. And I think another element could be that we try to further develop the way we can use conversion and storage to decouple between supply and demand. But perhaps Georg would also like to elaborate on it.
I think he's muted. I'm not sure if it's from your end or ours.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, we look at planning, at system planning on two areas. First, the scenarios that are produced, they also take into account the different sectors. And what we actually have, we have a cross-sectoral cost-benefit analysis. So if there are projects that can deliver the same result, we look which is the less expensive one, or which brings more value to the customer. And so this is both incorporated in the upcoming planning process. So we do look at solutions that are more cost efficient than infrastructure. But on a personal note, we have an electric vehicle at home, and there's no either legal or technical way to use it when there's lots of renewables available, not to use it to charge it. And I think there's so many basic things are missing. We don't have the processes, we don't have the technology in place yet to really make use of the flexibilities that the batteries in electric vehicles can bring.
Thank you very much, Gerald. Well, I believe that we need to start wrapping up the discussion. It's gone by like really fast, and I believe that there's a lot that we could continue talking about, and a lot that we've left still to discuss. But we need to move on to the next session of the EnerGreenDeal conference. So, if I can ask for a big round of applause for our speakers in this panel discussion. Thank you very much to all of you for your contribution. I believe that the conversation on the EU's electricity markets will continue, I think, for a long time, and I believe that we're going to be able to find more spaces like this to continue this conversation. So to all of you, once again, thanks to all of you who have also asked your questions on Slido, and we're kicking off the next session now, so stay tuned.
we are the leading engine for innovation and entrepreneurship in sustainable energy. Accelerating carbon neutrality to reach our 2050 targets, we operate at the center of the energy transition. We bring together innovators with industry.
In one place, we can have access to 160 startups coming from all over Europe and demonstrating their technologies.
Entrepreneurs with investors.
I encounter some of the most interesting tech companies in Europe, and they are chosen by EnerGreenDeal, which is a very important quality stamp.
And graduates with employees.
I really wanted to implement the skills that I learned during my master's in EnerGreenDeal, and I found this great opportunity in Tesla.
We are decarbonizing Europe by leading its industrial value chains, supporting Europe's industrial strategy to empower a sustainable energy future. We are European, providing solutions to global problems. The technologies developed are expected to generate 73 billion euros of revenue, saving 9.1 billion in energy costs and 1.1 gigatons in carbon dioxide. EIT InnoEnergy is on a journey, and we are delivering. Join us.
In 2020, the world reduced its demand for fossil fuels for the first time in human history. But to keep that going, we must decarbonize energy production. That seems daunting, but by using renewable energy to create hydrogen, we can create an energy system without emissions. Responsible chemistry is essential to our changing world, and continued chemical innovations, such as Nafion membranes and dispersions, will usher in the next normal, the birth of the hydrogen-powered society. Building that society depends on the chemical properties of Nafion, which efficiently converts heat from the sun and power from the wind into clean hydrogen instantly. With Nafion membranes, we can convert excess renewable energy into the power that electrolyzes water, converting it into hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen is a near-perfect fuel, providing clean power and emitting only pure water vapor. Because of that, hydrogen can all but eliminate the emissions from energy-intensive industrial processes. It can serve as a feedstock for industry, energize fuel cell-powered vehicles, and even heat homes and buildings. It's time to let the future in, and Nafion membranes and dispersions are here to do just that and help bring about the next normal.
So welcome everybody. Welcome to our last session, last but of course by no means least, of this second EnerGreenDeal conference, a session titled Increasing Europe's Industrial Strategic Autonomy in Energy Technologies. Thank you to all those, of course, who are here today, despite, of course, the difficulties caused by the strike. I think there was a strike, of course, but thank you for those who've nonetheless soldiered on and who've remained with us. Also to those who are joining us, of course, from home. Very, very happy to have you with us for this last session. And so the concept of strategic autonomy in Europe's energy supply has been an almost constant feature in the news, of course, particularly in light of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But of equal importance to the debate of Europe's energy autonomy regarding both sustainability, of course, and security of energy supply is strategic autonomy in energy technologies, which we'll be talking about today. It is all well and good, of course, to talk about reducing energy supply from uncertain or unfriendly sources, but if we remain dependent on these sources for energy technology, then are we really autonomous? So this is what we will be speaking about today with our excellent panel of speakers. But before I introduce our excellent panel of speakers, we have a video message from Commissioner Thierry Breton, who unfortunately couldn't be with us here today for agenda reasons, the Commissioner for Internal Market of the European Commission. So if you could play the video from Commissioner Breton.
Ladies and gentlemen, also virtually, it is my pleasure to join you today for this session on increasing Europe's industrial strategic autonomy in energy. With climate change, the pandemic, and now war on the doorstep of the European Union, it has become urgent to harness our twin green and digital transition according to our own ambitions and values. And in so doing, to create the conditions for greater strategic autonomy, to find a way to cater for our own security, prosperity, and resilience. In short, it is time to take our industrial destiny in our hands, starting with energy. A fortnight ago, the Commission proposed a comprehensive plan, REPowerEU, to continue laying the ground for more affordable, secure and sustainable energy. More than 210 billion euros will have to be invested over the next 5 years to achieve our REPowerEU objectives. And that's on top of the money we need to meet our Fit for 55 targets. It will require new industrial processes, massive reskilling of the workforce, secured access to raw materials. I will come back to this. And of course, abundant decarbonized electricity. I want to be clear. Europe must ramp up dramatically its industrial capacity on clean technologies, be it hydrogen electrolyzer, wind, solar or heat pumps. Take solar energy. Let's be frank. Despite great potential and some very innovative projects, Europe is lagging behind on the downstream parts of the value chain. Nearly all wafers on this planet are produced in China. This is why we are launching an industrial alliance for solar energy. Looking at what we have achieved with the Battery Alliance, I have good hope that this new alliance will help us champion innovative industrial projects of critical scales. We are also gaining momentum on green hydrogen. Early May, I signed a joint declaration with the European electrolyzer industry showing our commitment to a tenfold increase by 2025 of Europe's combined annual electrolyzer manufacturing capacity. And this will be a giant leap, but will it be enough? I think not. In these unpredictable times, we can't rule out any option for decarbonized energy. This includes nuclear. In the short term, it reduces our energy import dependence. In the long term, there are ways to make nuclear energy even safer and much more flexible, notably thanks to small modular reactors. We cannot afford to have taboos right now. This includes as well the question of access to raw materials. Whether it is solar, wind, hydrogen, batteries, or any other technology or components, their manufacture requires raw materials, almost all of which come from distant, concentrated non-European sources. That is why we are working on a legislative initiative that is up to the challenge. Because what's the point of ending one dependency if you're going to be locked into another or one even more dramatically? This doesn't mean producing everything in Europe, of course, but we must be present on all value chains so that we can take our geopolitical choices in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, we are laying the foundation for industrial strategic autonomy. I'm looking forward to hearing about the outcome of this plenary session, and I am of course certain that it will bring an insightful contribution to our collective reflection. Thank you very much.
A big thank you, of course, to Commissioner Breton for his video and for his words, for his message, and we, of course, look forward to hopefully welcoming him in person to this event at the next edition. So now I'm very happy to be introducing my excellent panel of speakers today for this session. So we are joined by Mr. Joaquim Nunes de Almeida, Director of Mobility and Energy Intensive Industries at DG GROW of the European Commission, Ms. Claire Waysand, the Executive Director and Secretary General of ENGIE, Mr. Diego Pavia, the CEO of EIT Energy, and last but not least, of course, Ms. Amber Wellman, Sustainable Director for Advanced Performance Materials for Chemours. I think I pronounced that correctly. So, before we launch into the discussion, a quick reminder, of course, about the participation, be it here physically or online. If you would like to ask a question, please do so. I very much encourage you to do so. I know it's the last session of the conference, but nonetheless, I expect a very interactive exchange with the audience. So do go on to Slido and type in hashtag EnerGreenDeal to access the event. Type in the right session so that you can pose your questions, and I will be calling upon you to do so then throughout the event, and I will ask your questions towards the end. If for the people here, of course, you have a difficulty with the app, I would just put your hand up and I'll try to call on you. And so, with all of that said and done, I'm going to launch into the event. Of course, I also have to say a word about the MEP, Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri, who we've just recently, very, very recently, a few minutes ago, learned that she couldn't make it to today's session. She, of course, presents her excuses, but you know, it is what it is. And so, I would like to sort of launch into the discussion, first with Director Nunes de Almeida. So the European Commission has recently launched, of course, a number of initiatives, as we've just heard from the Commissioner, but also Repower EU, as a way, of course, to reduce Europe's energy dependency on Russian energy and build, in the short, medium, and long run, strategic autonomy in energy. So I was wondering if you could maybe begin by giving us your insights into how the Commission intends Repower EU and other initiatives such as, you know, the new industrial policy to achieve strategic autonomy in energy technologies.
Okay, so we're trying to cover the full spectrum in order to give ourselves resilience in view of decarbonization. So the goal started to be mostly decarbonization. Now the goal resilience is coming increasingly into play as a result of the geopolitical context, but both agendas to a large extent marry themselves quite well in the sense that most of the times the more you decarbonize, the more you become resilient and independent. it's difficult to pick all the issues that Repower EU brought forward, to name but a few. So there's going to be a doubling of the Innovation Fund for electrification, for clean hydrogen, for innovative clean technology manufacturing. There's going to be a solar alliance that has as its target a 300 gigawatts by 2028, which is the double of today. By the way, on heat pumps, we also have a target of 10 million units. Okay, but to go back to my initial point, so we are increasing the funding. We're also providing, I think, regulatory solutions, very much with the batteries regulation acting as a bit of the front runner, a sustainability instrument that also brought confidence to industry that the Commission was and the EU was serious about the whole thing. Next, we're going to have an implementing act on the solar panels that is going to try to define what improved energy efficiency and improved carbon footprint is on solar panels. And there's also going to be a revision of the Eco-Design Implementing Act on heat pumps. On critical raw materials, the Commissioner has mentioned we're also quite busy making the point that you often hear, that you don't want to replace the dependency on Russian gas with a dependency on Chinese solar panels, or even if you do the solar panels in Europe, you don't want the raw materials to be coming from unreliable sources. But as a background of all this, I mean, in view of also of the Future Batteries Alliance, the existing Hydrogen Alliance, I'd say that the Future Solar Alliance and the existing Hydrogen Alliance, the Batteries Alliance acts very much as a good example of how to go forward and reshore and recreate and revamp a new European industry with the right tools. The results, so after the Batteries Alliance started in 2017, we're now in a situation where 21% of the vehicles registered in Europe are electric. You've got 180 important industrial projects, of which 20 gigafactories, and it is likely that 89% of the demand on electrical batteries by 2030 could be provided by the EU. So, as the Commissioner said, and he often says, we can't be naive. We have to think about ourselves, which does not mean that we want to close ourselves to the rest of the world, but we want to have a foothold on most of the value chains that matter, that count. I'll probably stop here. Otherwise,
I mean, that's already perfect, and I know that there are a number of points in there that we'll definitely elaborate on as this discussion proceeds. So, Ms. Weisan, now we know that, so I'm turning to you now, we know that the role that large groups play, in the development and and deployment of green and decarbonized solutions. This role is, of course, well known. In your opinion, how can the investments by these large groups, which secure sort of the European industrial value chains, be encouraged?
Good afternoon, everybody. A few words, yes, about an energy company perspective on this debate and what we need indeed to participate to something that's a common goal, which is to increase the resilience of the European Union, to increase also its growth capacity at the end of the day, and its prosperity. So small program. What can we say here? We are at ENGIE. We are very much into the energy transition. I mean, we have a target of 80 gigawatt of renewable energy power by capacity by 2030, with 50 by 2025. We are producing green. We have targets of green hydrogen and very much also into biomethane. So various energy sources, so which means that we as a company are working day to day with innovation, that's one, and I was actually visiting one of our labs this afternoon. And second, we are very much working with technology producers. What do we need? And I think that's key, because in order to create an environment that's a good environment for innovation, for technology, you need to create demand at the end of the day in Europe. Demand for renewable, demand for green hydrogen, demand for biomethane. It doesn't mean public money all over the place, and that's the good news. Public money is a scarce resource. So first and foremost, we need proper regulation. And here a few points to say that everything the Commission is doing and is currently doing in REPowerEU on renewable permitting is very welcome. We badly need to accelerate renewable permitting, that's one. Second, we need to increase as much as we can the development of green hydrogen. That means several things. It means in particular not being overly restrictive in the framework. In particular, I'm thinking about the additionality. We need this market to develop, and if we don't want to lose a momentum, if we don't want to be in the backward seat, we need to move quickly as Europe. So we shouldn't be overly restrictive. We should realize that the TSOs are best placed to develop an infrastructure, and that yes, at the end of the day, there will be locally produced hydrogen as well as imported hydrogen. I think that's a fact of life. There is room for both. Finally, we need, when you think about green energies, we need clear targets in the renewable directives on biomethane. I mean, if you think about one energy that's 100%, I would say resilient, 100% with domestic components, it is biomethane, made of agricultural waste on the EU territory. So we need not only objectives, and that's a first step, which we welcome, ambitious objective, but we also need to make sure that these objectives become target in the proper regulations.
Just to then move on, sort of to build a bit on that, and also to link with the REPowerEU initiative. So in the package of measures that have been proposed, you've already talked a bit about hydrogen and biomethane. Are there sectors contributes, or one particular sector you might want to talk about, contributing to strategic energy autonomy that, in your opinion, could be strengthened further?
Well, I think they're all contribute. I mean, first, when we think about resilience and autonomy, we should be mindful of the fact that in most energy, there are important components. And I think at the end of the day, we shouldn't fool ourselves. That's true, by the way, for nuclear energy. That's true for renewable energy. So where you find less of these important components, you're likely to find less, is green hydrogen, that's one, and second, biomethane. And of course, it doesn't mean that it's the only two where you should develop. I mean, you should by all means encourage the development of a diversified mix. And I think that's one thing we're learning with this Ukraine crisis, with this supply chain crisis, it is that we need diversification. We need diversification of suppliers, we need diversification of energy sources. That's the best way to ensure that we will have security of supply and affordability, which are key for European industry.
Perfect, thank you. I'm going to move to Mr. Pavia there of VIT EnerGreenDeal. So I'm curious to hear your views also on the notion of strategic autonomy in energy technologies, particularly in light, of course, of the transition towards a greener, more decarbonized sort of economy, which is, of course, you know a lot about, so please.
So I will be provocative, as always, just to animate the debate.
Love that.
Because that's my role in the debate, to animate. So the good news, and Claire said it very clearly, there is demand. And demand is what everybody needs. We don't need supply money, we don't need public money, we need demand to excite this technology and manufacturing. So let's always couple technology with manufacturing industry, because it's what the jobs are created. Just deploying 30 or 40 gigawatts of PV, just to take an example, per year between now and 2030 or 2050, today is good news for the Chinese. Because, a question to the audience, how many wafers or cells or modules are produced in Europe today?
I love this. So
0. So when we last in RepowerEU, we say, hey, we can deploy 40 gigas per year. That's 30 euros a watt peak. It's 12 billion. So yeah, the Chinese that night, they were so happy because they say, oh, 12 billion coming our way every year. But Joaquin also said it. Hey, we were able to pull the trick with the batteries. Today we have 20 gigafactories being erected in Europe. And Tesla is coming to Berlin, and CATL to Thuringia, and LG is in Poland, and Samsung is in Hungary. So they're coming to Europe because what it happens. So we should play the same trick with PV. Because it's 12 billion, yeah, billion is, yeah, it's a strange number, is 100,000 new jobs, added value jobs per year. So we are creating the demand because of regulation policy. Well, let's create the supply also. Let's help the supply. And again, it's just to have a signal, and we're discussing with Joaquin before entering the panel, just let's create the signal that we have a defined ambition to create the supply side in Europe also, because it's jobs and it's GDP. And the second message I would like to drive in this opening is, we have heard in the panel a couple of hours ago, and the steel guys, the fertilizer guys, the aluminum guys, and the paper guys. Those guys, they need 24/7. No matter how much PV we deploy, no matter how much wind we deploy, those they can only supply 5,000, 6,000 hours. And those industries, they need 8,000 hours. So how are we going to solve the problem? Is the RepowerEU today solving that problem? Because we're asking the steel guys to stop reducing the iron by coal, but electrifying in the indirect electrification. We're telling the fertilizer guys the same thing. And we're telling them, you're going to have a lot of renewal. By the way, the Delegated Act is asking them to, at the same time, erect renewables, because otherwise the project will not be deemed green. Renewables will only feed 5,000 hours, 6,000 hours. What happens with 2,000 hours remaining for the 24/7? The answer in 15 minutes.
So then to build on that, you know, from what you've just said, what in your opinion would be the benefits that you can expect from sort of actively seeking strategic autonomy in energy technologies, particularly in the domain of renewable energy sources? Is it job creation or?
Why we should? Because it's GDP and it's jobs. If we take the example of batteries, as Joaquin was saying, in 2017 we had 0 batteries produced in Europe. Today, the GDP that the electromobility sector from mines to recycling brings to Europe is the size of the Danish economy. I repeat, in 5 years, Europe, we have been able to pull the trick that we have created the size of the Danish economy on Europe. So the answer to your question is pretty obvious. We are creating the demand, let's capture the supply.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now, moving on, we just heard about Tesla and everything coming to Europe. So now I'm very happy to move on to Ms. Amber Wellman of Chemours. Now, Chemours is a U.S.-based company with a substantial presence in Europe and willing, of course, to expand its capacity on hydrogen technology, which we'll also talk a little bit about later. And of course, as well, you've got a global reach. So you bring also quite an interesting perspective to this debate on European strategic autonomy. So my question would be, how do you view the quest, or Europe's quest for strategic autonomy in energy technologies? And maybe what role can your company play in this?
Sure. Well, first, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel, in this session today, and represent Chemours. For those that may not know Chemours, we are a new kind of chemistry company. And we're committed to being a part of a solution for a brighter future, bringing our chemistries to bear. So you pointed out we are a US headquartered company, but we are truly global. We have over 900 talented, highly skilled employees in Europe at our facilities here in Belgium, in the Netherlands, and in France. So we commend the bold goals that were outlined in Fit for 55 and now accelerated in RepowerEU. Particularly the focus on accelerating the hydrogen economy as a path to a clean energy future. And we believe that that's going to require collaboration, and innovation and critical chemistries, which is where we believe we come into play. So for us, those critical chemistries are Nafion ion exchange membranes. So you may not know about Nafion, but it is literally at the heart of water electrolysis and fuel cell technology. And when we heard Commissioner Breton talk about access to raw materials, we believe that that's going to be a critical raw material to drive the hydrogen transition in the timeframes outlined in Repower EU. So what do we need to do? We have to invest in those critical chemistries. And for Chemours, that has meant significant investment in research and development. So we are continuing to invest in our Nafion membranes made from fluoropolymers, improving their efficiency, improving their durability, and we've more than doubled our technical team focused on producing commercial products for water electrolysis, fuel cells, and energy storage, because we believe all are going to be critical components of where we need to go as a planet, right? So again, we're committed to that investment. We feel that hydrogen is the key to unlocking the clean energy future, and we think Nafion is the key to unlocking green hydrogen. So we're excited to be a contributor to tangibly contributing to achieving the Repower EU goals.
Perfect, thank you. So I'm going to now sort of go on to the next part of this discussion. We're having a sort of let's say free-for-all debate, so feel free to also, everybody here, jump on the questions that I ask. I also see that I've already got 2 questions from the audience, which for this hour of the day, I'm very, very impressed. Please do keep those those questions coming in, and I'll ask them also in a second. But also, sort of bouncing off maybe what you said, and this is maybe a question also for everybody. We've heard also a little bit on the Battery Alliance, and maybe we can also develop a bit on that. But what best practices or good case studies can we learn from going forward? Both at home and maybe abroad, to help achieve this industrial strategic autonomy in energy technologies going forward. I don't know who wants to take this question first. What good case studies can we learn from?
So maybe I can just pitch a couple of minutes. As you know, we are mandated by the Commission to lead the industrial stream of the Battery Alliance back in 2017. And the key success factors, number one is a very defined political sponsor, because then that puts all the Commission services aligned towards a very ambitious goal that at the time was to be, and Joaquin has said, 89% of the supply of the batteries by 2030 is expected to come from Europe for European needs. That's tremendous. So political signals from the highest level was, for us, the key pivoting factor.
Okay, perfect. So key political goal, anything, please?
Possibly what comes in mind in terms of the organization of the Commission, of what the Commission can contribute, what I increasingly feel is that we need to start looking at markets and industries in a different way and approaching a situation and say, what is the cocktail of public measures that we could bring about to lead change? I mean, what do we need to do to prop up and make this European critical industry resilient? Is it subsidies? Possibly not. Is it, tariffs, anti-dumping duties, sustainability rules, political signals, simply advertising the goals of such industry, widely communicating good examples, a mixture of all these, but we increasingly, what I feel is that we increasingly are in a position of having to nudge, coach projects occurring outside of us to get to the right conclusions with like-minded partners like,
indeed. Would you like to jump in
our
there?
American friends.
Yes, maybe on my side, two words. First, to complement what I said previously, public money is scarce. However, we still need public money in a number of cases. So, just so that you're not mistaken. And then and in particular, to be clear, for projects which are not yet mature enough and that wouldn't find their financial balance without public money, if we want to accelerate, we do need public support. I'm thinking in particular of green hydrogen project right now. The production costs are clearly much higher than the production costs of grey hydrogen. So there might be some regulatory measures that will help to foster this economy, and I'm thinking, for instance, about regulations on e-fuels in aviation. I mean, that's a good way to support this green hydrogen industry. But there is also a need of direct public subsidy in a number of projects. So I think in this, we need to make sure that the IPCEI framework works well, and I think the work that's currently done on what lessons can be learned will be interesting. I mean, we need to make sure that the public support is there and will be ready, I would say, fast enough to not to slow down the projects. We also very much welcome the doubling of the Innovation Fund as part of the Repower EU, which Joachim mentioned earlier. I think that targeted public money in areas that wouldn't kickstart otherwise is very much needed if we want Europe to be in the race. And then my second point, a bit of a different nature, is that we are in a very competitive environment. When you think, for instance, about PV industry, photovoltaic, PV industry, it is extremely competitive. So that goes to Diego's point. Why is there today no production of solar PV panels in Europe? Because we're all competing against each other, because the margins are low. And so at the end of the day, either you find a way and then the market may radically switch, or you let market forces play. If you fully let market forces play, the result is that we're all sourcing solar panels today as cheap as we can because there is so fierce competition on the market. So I'm not giving you any solution. I wouldn't dare. Just putting this on the table. And I think it's a key issue for the resilience.
So, Woman, would you like to step in?
To share maybe the perspective
of
what we hope to be a strategic partner and ally in the U.S. with Europe. We look to the signals from the bipartisan infrastructure law that charge the Department of Energy in the U.S. with setting up over the next 5 years at least 4 hydrogen hubs. And one of the things that's key, we believe, with those hubs is the collaboration in innovation that it will require. It's going to bring together hydrogen producers and consumers, and there's clear criteria to better understand the viability of hydrogen. So, whether that's feedstock diversity or end-use diversity, there's criteria around job creation, and we're very excited to be part of that Department of Energy initiative. Also consortiums like the Hydrogen Consortia that brings together academia and Department of Energy national labs, which have expertise in testing membranes and electrolyzer stacks, and producers, so manufacturing expertise, which Chemours can bring for critical raw materials. So I think it's been said many times today, just this cooperation among what has maybe in the past been competitors. I was at a conference a few weeks ago and they said it's co-opetition like we've never seen before. But it really is bringing the right people together to bring forward meaningful solutions. So, Chemours is also part of a steering member of the Hydrogen Council, part of Hydrogen Europe, and the EU Hydrogen Alliance. So we hope and fully expect that we can leverage our learnings between initiatives in the US and Europe.
Perfect. Mr. Bavia, I know you had a word to say.
I would like to react on Claire's on the price. We are seeing today that in the wind sector, Vestas just last quarter loss. Siemens Gamesa in disarray. Nordex closing 2 shops. GE, Alstom, terrible. Why? Because it's basically the purchasing power of the customers is on price. If I take a counterexample, and then they're dying. I mean, we have got the best OEMs in the world with the increasing demand, and still they're suffering big time. In batteries, what we did is we created that it wouldn't be the price that is the signal to the market. The regulation says about traceability, sustainability, and circularity. So it's about how much content of circularity. So the price is not the only argument for buying. And nobody talks about what is 100 euros a kilowatt hour, or 110 or 90. So let's be careful and let's evolve towards value rather than a price, because otherwise we, as the supply side of those off-takers, as an economy in Europe, we're dead. If we only talk price, should be talking value.
Perfect. So I have now, I'm going to sort of group a few questions that I have, and also with questions that I'm getting from the audience. I now have 4 questions from the audience, so keep them coming, although we do only have 20 minutes left, but nonetheless, it's about the principle, so do keep those questions, coming. So I wanted to maybe talk a little bit, or focus a little bit on the conditions to achieving this strategic autonomy. So my question would be, what actions can Europe take to bolster its private sector in order to effectively deal with competition from foreign producers, we'd say maybe foreign producers from either unreliable or unfriendly sources of energy technology? Is it focusing more on R&D? Is it bolstering skills? Is it both? Are both of these things part of the cocktail that you were talking about? And that links also, I think, a little bit with one of the questions that I have here from the audience, which is, can EU industry be competitive abroad while decarbonizing? And if so, how? Or should it focus purely on the internal market? So, go. Who wants to tackle that first?
Quick one comment. So I think we have the tools in the toolbox in terms of protecting our industry vis-à-vis the outside the borders. We just heard CBAM, ETS. So that's already putting the right signals so we can protect the industry. Number one. Number two, you said about, is our industry able to decarbonize, still be competitive? Well, if we look with the glasses of the past, no. But if we look with the glasses of looking at the value chain completely different, yes. We had an example this morning about EnerGreenDeal, that they're going to do steel, $200 the ton, more expensive. I repeat, 200 tons, the ton of steel is 800 bucks the ton. We're going to do that at 1,000 euros a ton. How are you able to sell? Well, because it's decarbonized, and there are customers, the BMWs, the IKEAs, that are willing to pay the premium because it's a green product. So again, let's not look only at the price, because then we're dead. Let's look at the value. So what is the value of BMW to have a 1 ton per car of green steel? Well, $200, because they're willing to pay. So if we don't change the paradigm, we're dead. We'll never be competing on price. We have to compete on other things.
No, please go.
Picking up on Diego's point, indeed, price is only part of the story. And we at ENGIE are part of the First Mover Coalition, which is a coalition to buy greener products, and in particular green steel, with the idea that, yes, it will bring added value to our products. This being said, either you think that this will be internalized by producers by themselves, or you think they need a bit of help, and this help is called the carbon price. The carbon price is a good way to make green products as competitive or more competitive than non-green products, and of course it has to be complemented by CBAM. We fully agree to make sure that we're not lost in the level playing field. Since I'm speaking just also to rebound on what Amber was saying, very much agree that we are in a world where cooperation can become more important. And I think just two examples. We have one on hydrogen with Total, Massilia, which is a great project, very supported by local authorities with PV, green hydrogen production. And so very, clearly an industrial production between two actors that used to be competitors. And also we have created a JV on offshore wind with EDP. So also a company we would be competing with otherwise, that's competing on world market. I mean, be it Korea, be it the US. So yes, we have the ability to make cooperation, and with these cooperations, we can win worldwide.
Yeah, possibly just to add a few points, if I may. Not in a too organized fashion, just a couple of ideas that came to my mind hearing a few of my co-panelists and yourself. On there being a premium on green, yes, I mean, this has been panel day for me. I was in a panel on clean hydrogen at 3 o'clock-ish, and I was sitting together with the aluminium, the steel, and the fertilizers industry. And yes, there is. I mean, whatever is being produced with green hydrogen finds a market immediately. They have absolutely no problem. Will this sustain itself? But I mean, the early signals are very good. Everybody, if something is green, it's bought. So there clearly is a premium on green. And I think that, I doubt that this applies only in Europe. I could imagine many countries in the world, or many customers in the world, for the same pressures that European customers are having, that would also be ready to pay a price on green. Then I also think that the European industrial value chain stories, or the industrial alliances or industrial policy move stories, have to be built around an idea of innovation and progress. We're not simply trying to do what to caricaturize, trying to do what the Chinese do, but it's more expensive. No, we have to try and do better things than the Chinese do, and present ourselves to the market as doing something better than what comes from lower price competition. And the early signals I see about the Solar Alliance are very much turning around that idea of there being new solutions, where again, Europe is at the forefront of such solutions, but we just want to make sure that this won't be lost, and that the scaling up and the massification of these solutions will bring us back to this market and have a foothold in this market. There has been a bit of a paradigm in the last 30 years where we thought that we would focus only on the high-ended segment of the market, leaving cheaper inputs to other economies. I still remember people saying, well, the Russian economy, it doesn't matter at all. They just have energy and raw materials. But we're now seeing that probably having energy and raw materials is not as anodyne as we thought it was before. Yeah, we had the know-how, we had the design, we had the patents. They just provided energy and raw materials. But we saw where that has brought us to. So we have to find a way of, again, having a foothold in these, again, with like-minded partners, with the US, with Canada, with Norway, with Australia, with other partners in the world, to find intelligent solutions that leave us in safer hands. And finally, I mean, possibly this issue, price quality, I think I shared this one with Diego. This is not really anything new. I mean, if Europe competed on price, Europe would have been dead 30, 40 years ago. This is not a new thing. I mean, our industry, our best industry, I mean, we don't compete on price. So that should also be a message that would give us a bit of hope. But I do get conflicting messages from industry that, on the one hand, I've got the people saying, but the price of green hydrogen in the end, what does that matter in the final price of the car? It's peanuts. But others say, no, it's super important because every penny is important. It's always a bit difficult to see from industry, what is the real argument there? But on the one hand, voila.
The point on price competition, I mean, just to pick on this one, I think it very much varies from one market to another. I mean, to be clear, when you buy a BMW, I guess you're not that price sensitive, okay? So, I mean, your price elasticity is pretty low, and you're probably happy to pay a bit more to have a green BMW on top of this being a BMW. When you have to compete against companies that can install PV panels, and the entry cost, by the way, is not very high for installing PV panels, then yes, there is price competition. And the fact that your PV panel is more or less green
Voila.
may not be such a differentiating
not
factor.
much size, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, depends on the segments.
Okay, as well.
So just maybe some perspective from a chemical manufacturer. We are seeing a change in what customers ask about responsible manufacturing. And Chemours is fully committed, not just through the goals, their corporate responsibility commitment goals, but our actions to be responsible manufacturers everywhere we manufacture. But on the question of how can Europe bolster the private sector, from the chemical industry perspective, I think regulatory clarity and coherence with chemical policy, chemical management. Our industry is long lead time for investment to install new capacity for the ionomer and membranes I just mentioned. So being clear that chemical industry is seen as a partner in achieving these goals, and of course held to high standards in responsible manufacturing, that support is there, because I do believe that the chemical industry is going to be a big part of the solution.
I've actually got, you talked about chemical, and I actually have a question from the audience on that. It might be directed to you, the director. So we'll see how this goes. The question is as follows: how is the Commission going to ensure, or we can also adapt that to how do you think the Commission should ensure, also for the rest of the panelists, coherence between strategic autonomy through the deployment of clean energy technologies and chemical legislation? Should I go first to Mr. Wellman?
Yeah, I'm not completely aware. I'm
That's perfect.
not immediately aware of the interaction. Yeah.
I certainly don't think I can answer on behalf of the Commission.
I suspect not, but what are your thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, I mean, it's, there's the revision of REACH, questions about substances of concern, in some cases, broad brush approaches to those substances of concern. We want to be part of the solution, right? So a pragmatic approach to chemistries that can make a difference. And we believe, I mentioned fluoropolymers, it's the key for the business that I represent at Chemours, whether it's in batteries, materials, semiconductor manufacturing, or in this case, the future of clean energy. So a signal that Europe wants that investment for that manufacturing in Europe. We announced last week that we're expanding our capacity in both the US and Europe. And in order to meet the sort of exploding demand for water electrolysis, it may be both. So, again, just excited to be a part of the solution, but that clarity to make sure that the signal is there, that investment is worth it in Europe.
No, I think, I think now I understood the question. I'm not responsible for chemicals myself, but I think it's this issue of whether some raw materials or inputs could be considered hazardous, but they're at the same time extremely necessary for the energy transition,
Well, these things have to be seen on a case-by-case basis. It's difficult to
if I give you a reply in general, I'll say that, in general, we'll find a commonsensical way to, both objectives are laudable, and we just have to find a solution that observes both. But I think, to give you a concrete reply, I think I need to be confronted with a specific situation. Otherwise, I'll give you a generic reply.
Unless anybody else wants to, I suspect not. I have a question here on hydrogen, a general question on hydrogen from the audience, and so I'll also link that to my questions. And I realize we have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to have to keep it short on that, unfortunately. So I would ask, in your opinion, what improvements need to be made to hydrogen technology in Europe in order for the continent to really make the most out of this energy source? And I would sort of add that also to how do you view the proposal maybe to top up the Horizon Europe investments on the hydrogen joint undertaking to double, for example, the number of hydrogen valleys? So this links to the general question that I have from the audience, which is, where do you mostly see the role of hydrogen, which you've touched upon already. So I'd like to maybe just develop a little bit more as a final point to this session. Who wants to go first?
Very quickly, I think that research R&D is good
is important in any sector, in any segment. It should be stimulated. But I don't get the sense that the problem of hydrogen at this stage is technological, or, you know, the question is how to massify it, how to scale it up. And there the bottleneck to me appears more to be the lack of abundance of renewable energy to make the hydrogen investment justifiable, i.e. permitting, i.e. what you hear from the industry is, yes, there's a capacity to massively upscale electrolyzers, the technology is there, etc., etc. What you need is vast amounts of more renewable energy, and this means accelerating permitting processes. It takes ages to get these things through.
Okay. Who wants to jump on that?
Yeah,
Please?
just to say that if we want green hydrogen to be competitive, we need to decrease its price relative to grey hydrogen. That means both reducing the price of renewables further and reducing the price of electrolyzers. So these are the two bricks of costs that you need to address. And yes, then going to Joaquin's point very much, what you need at this stage is massification. I mean, we're all seeing lots of projects, and we are involved in a number of them, small-scale projects. We are at a stage where we really need to move upscales in terms of size of projects, hence the importance of right support, because at this stage, these projects do need support to be competitive. But we believe that for green gases in general, we're at a place where Europe was for PV and for wind, I would say 15 years ago. Okay. We did need this massification, this moving into a higher scale to see the prices decrease as much as they did. So that's what we will need for hydrogen as well.
Perfect. Anything to add, Mr.?
One contribution, it's everybody wants to produce hydrogen. Anybody's going to use hydrogen? So we were talking a lot about production of hydrogen, but who is going to offtake the hydrogen? Is it for electricity generation? No way. Is it for transport? Passengers? No way. For higher light vehicles and bigger vehicles? Yes. It's for restructuring the steel industry. They have to do massive write-offs on the balance sheet. So let's talk about production at the best price, because electrolyzers, capex, blah, blah, but also let's talk who's going to use the hydrogen, because maybe we're just going to be sitting on huge deposits and nobody's going to use it. And just my last message is, I put a quiz to the audience about those 2,000 hours. How you solve those 2,000 hours? Storage.
Storage.
If we don't bring storage at the first level of the energy system, we're going to deploy and deploy and deploy and still be drug addicts of dispatchable plants.
Okay. Do you have anything to add? No?
Completely agree with the acceleration of investment in renewables and electrolyzers and the role that R&D and raw materials can play in improving capacity and reaching the true economy of scale. And materials for energy storage and fuel cell for consumption of hydrogen are also what we're investing in R&D for.
Perfect. So we've come to the end of our session. I am going to permit myself to, if there are any sort of last remarks that anybody wants to give. No? Excellent. We're seeing that it might start to rain in a second, so maybe this is, I think, the perfect time to bring our session to a close. Thank you very, very much for absolutely fascinating discussion. A round of applause, please, for our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us very much to the end of the second EnerGreenDeal conference. Thank you very, very much for those who are here, who managed to be here and who stayed here the whole day. Thank you very much for your presence here. Thank you for all of those who participated online at home. Thank you very much for your participation. A massive thank you to the partners of this conference. A massive thank you, of course, to the organizers, to the organizing team, who I know put many, many, many hours into making this happen. And as always, it wouldn't be tradition if I didn't say it. Of course, I have to thank the caterers who treated us very, very kindly today. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to the speakers, of course. And thank you, and we will see you soon for the third edition. Thank you very much.